posted on Discord. Can't remember. Not good. Can't remember. Right, let's see if I can get to work again. Okay. Weird that this always works. There we go. That's back. It's open. There's some people in here. Audio stream's current bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bitrate. Pretty sure I don't have 0. Audio. Maybe output. Audio bitrate 160. Yeah, it's definitely not on 0. Don't think I need to worry about that. My audio seems to work all the time, so. Okay, good. The text in the chat is fading after 1 minute. That seems to be the intended behavior. Oh, alright, we'll just give it 2 more minutes, then we'll begin. Okay.
Every time, which is the BDD versus Chovy, the Yone incident. We have to go back to it. It was BDD on his signature Syndra, and he got clapped so hard it is etched into.
That was what, 2021?
For all time.
On my life, Chovy?
One of the biggest carries from a mid laner.
Might be one of the biggest mid caps of all time. Yeah.
And honestly, it's between Chovy and BDD that so many of these moments have come around as well. You know, you've got BDD on his Zoe against that Galio of Chovy as well.
So, who do I think is going to win? I think
maybe
Jin.
we'll have another one of those moments here in this game.
I think they're going to 2-0. I MSI, their problems were more draft than anything.
Chovy and Peanut were just in the best mood that I've ever seen them in.
I just hope they're not drafting things like Nidalee for Peanut. Like, Peanut is one of the best Poppy, Vi, Wukong players in the world. I don't know why they're putting him on Nidalee and things like this. And then I hope they're not drafting Aphelios into Jinx Zeri. Into Zaya into Jinx Zeri. Just awful. But we'll see. We'll see what they do.
This is some of the best teams of our last split facing off against one another. Of course, Gen.G actually winning still was a really big surprise. We're able to get the upset, but even against KT, they weren't really favored, right? Because of the
we're going to be jumping into draft in a moment, so I'm going to start my recording. Let me close this. I don't need to. Spotify as well. Don't need that. Studio. Okay. We'll start recording. Now I won't need to do that whole download shenanigans while when I come to edit this. I'll just have recording.
Like, I think I saw a red bus on there. Some Big Ben action. Yep. Rapid Star taking on Score, some big names from the ages, of course. Score synonymous with KT for so incredibly long. Now looking to take them down, but BDD, very similar case there on the other side of things.
Okay, here we go. Jumping into draft in game one. So the champs we're looking at, obviously, as same as with the last few series, the KT, Hanwha, and the Dan1 sandbox. We're looking at Cassante, that's one of them. There's Gragas, Melio, Nico's popping up. There's some Caitlyn as well. I mean, I think Caitlyn is still good. We haven't actually seen it yet. And then we're seeing Yuumi as well. I think Yuumi, as it was at Worlds, is just not being answered, so it looks better than it is. I think Gragas... I mean, it's weird seeing Cassante Melio on blue side ban, because I think they are staple red side bans at the moment. Vi, I don't think you need to ban, but the Vi ban on blue side signals Zeri. Will they still pick Zeri with Yuumi gone? They might. They might. I think Vi ban heavily signals Zeri, so I think you could ban Zeri on red now, but that gives away Gragas on B1. Maokai, that's a good call as well. There's the Zeri ban. Oh, okay. It's a good read.
Not going to be an option here, so Annie open, Maokai open.
I would look to see. I would look to take Gragas on B1 here. Annie and Maokai are also okay. The problem I have with Annie is that it always goes mid now. The support Annie got nerfed so hard that it's not that much of a flex, and there are things like Syndra that really make Annie's life difficult. They force her into this Rocket Belt playstyle that Showmaker was going for, and that basically shifts your comp into an engaged comp. So you draft disengaged tools and you're chilling. I would take Gragas here, and maybe Gragas jungle. Lulu is like a premier support that's still left open. Maokai, okay. I mean, you with Annie as well, you can't really answer with the Silas because Annie is assumed to go mid. So you would be signaling Silas jungle. This Tristana is a big flex for Gen.G. It's one of their favorite champs to flex. They like the Trist mid bot flex. I really don't like Aphelios into Tristana. Like, he's just gonna get outranged. You can draft, especially if you just go Syndra, right? Syndra and Trist, and Aphelios is never gonna be able to hit anyone. Annie can't use Tivers properly. I think they're really walking into Syndra. The question is, do you pick Syndra on 3 and break your flex? I think you can now that you see Annie and Aphelios. It's not like you need to counter anyway. If you don't pick Syndra on 3 now for Gen.G on R3, you can lose the ability to pick Syndra at all because they can ban it out in the second rotation. So I think you're probably going to look at something like Syndra on R3 for Chovy, and then ban out... probably ban out jungle, and then pick support on 4. So I would pick Syndra here, and then Aphelios is completely outranged. They have a comp that's forced into engage because Annie has to go Rocket Belt into the Syndra, and they have Maokai disengage, but they're breaking their own flex to put Draven bot lane. Draven will also fist the Aphelios, but he doesn't, like, the scaling isn't as good thematically because he doesn't outrange as hard as something like going Tristana plus Syndra would, and also the Syndra just being able to get rid of the Tibbers is crazy. I think they're missing out by not picking it here. Viego ban, so they are targeting jungle. Yeah, Viego's reasonable for KT. I think KT actually wants something. They probably don't want Wukong into Maokai. What else is there? They could go. I don't think Jarvan's amazing here, but it's not too bad.
The Rakan ban is not even necessarily for the matchup, it's for Delight. Yeah.
Oh, they're banning Wukong anyway. Okay, they're saying even though we've got Maokai, we still don't want you to have Wukong. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. But with the Draven, what support do you want? I think you should for sure be giving R5 to top lane here. So what support do you want into the Nautilus for Delight? I think you could go Braum, honestly. You could go, yes, the Draven Braum, there you go. This is going to be a really, really strong lane, and it's going to make engaging for this Nautilus Annie quite difficult. Sejuani, okay. Sejuani looks good. Honestly, Sejuani would have been a better ban than Wukong. I forgot about Sejuani. Jax, so we might see Poppy. We might see Poppy top. We might see... we have no magic damage, so we might see Kennen. Oh, Gragas is still open. I think you should just be Gragas. Okay, they're picking Gnar because it's Doran and he likes Gnar, but... I mean, 100% should have been Gragas on 5. There's no reason that that shouldn't have been Gragas, I think. I think there's a lot of pressure on Keen to perform this game. Now, I actually think that Jax is quite good into Gnar. I don't know why they would pick Gnar into Jax. Jax tends to have an advantage in that matchup, even when it's like Keen versus Zeus. So Keen versus Doran, I would expect Keen to be quite strong. They have a double AD carry draft, so the Jax is actually really powerful. I guess that's why they blinded the Jax, but it's pretty disrespectful knowing that the Kennen or the Gragas could come out and give him a really hard time, or even the Poppy. So I think Gen G will win if Keen isn't performing. But if Keen is performing, I think it's a reasonably even draft. It's very much bot lane versus top lane in this game. Like, which one can, whether Draven can carry or Jax can carry. But the bot lane is really hard winning for Gen G. The Braum will make it so that Nautilus has basically nothing he can do. If Nautilus ever hooks and Braum just jumps into it or just walks into it, Nautilus will just die. There's no... So Nautilus basically can't ever hook in. It's going to be really difficult. Alright. So this is basically what, for 99% of Spring, was the second best team against the third best team. But then Gen G won in the finals. But I still think it's fair to say, like, even based on MSI, I think Gen G are clearly the second best LCK team. But, I mean, KT were very, very close to them for the entire season. So I think these two teams are pretty on par. So this should be a really good series. And with a draft as close as this, where it could realistically go either way, like, I don't think there are any champions that feel useless. I think the most useless feeling champion is probably Nautilus, and even then, he can do something, but Nautilus is struggling. But Aphelios has targets to hit, and he has the ability to drop Tibbers, and there's no Syndra to yeet it out. Sejuani's always useful. Jax is really good into Gnar plus 280 carries as like the entire damage of Gen G. Obviously the 280 carries from Gen G are going to be able to hit people and do a lot. And then they've got a lot of heal and CC in team fights with Gnar, Maokai, Braum. They'll definitely be interesting. Keen looking for something early on. I like this. Like I said, it's going to depend on if Keen can get ahead. If Keen can get behind this Gnar, yeah, you're going to walk up. So this, if Doran hasn't already started E, this makes Doran start E. We'll have to see if Doran's actually placed a point in, because otherwise he's going to take a really bad trade. It looks like he just E'd. I couldn't see it, but based on minimap, it looked like Doran skilled E and bounced over Keen's head. So that's actually really good for Keen, because now he gets harassed a lot less in the early game because Doran has E on Gnar instead of Q. It's really weird that they didn't show it, but I'm assuming if... Yeah, so they clicked on Doran and he does. He has E skilled. Yeah, so that was really, really good by Keen. I genuinely think that Keen might be the best top laner in the world. I'm really, really big on this guy. He's so good. He's gonna... Oh, Keen manages to get the timing into the E. I mean, it's kind of Doran's fault for mistiming it. Now, Keen has second wind Doran's shield, so he's gonna sustain through this Gnar poke. You've got both junglers pathing top. Oh, Keen... No, he's fine with second wind D shield. The problem he's got is that I don't know if he's going to be able to crash this wave in time. I might E the wave here as Keen to try and crash it. No, it's not going to crash. It's not going to crash, and now this is really awkward. So if it crashed, he could recall, he could grab a Cull or a Doran's Blade, and he could come back to lane. But it didn't crash, so now he's going to have to sit around knowing Maokai's top. But Peanut, sorry, not Peanut, Cuz is doing a really good job of actually invading and getting info onto Peanut. So Keen knows where Peanut is, so he's a lot safer than he would be. Now, can we see this top wave? I want to see if it's actually crashed. It hasn't crashed, but now with that W, it's bouncing back into Keen. So Keen can either back off and just let this wave come for him, or he can base. Now, Doran's going to base. Keen's also going to base. I think what happens here is that Doran has to TP, but Keen doesn't. Big trade in the bot lane. Yeah, this is basically what happens if Nautilus ever goes in. He managed to get out without getting stunned, but if he got stunned there, he would have been in big trouble. Both top laners TP. I don't think Keen needed to TP. This is something we see a lot in LCK, is top laners just TPing back on autopilot. I think it's probably to preserve tempo, but I don't think you need to here. I guess he gets to hold this freeze because he TP'd actually, so this one isn't as bad as some of the other ones. This one's actually quite good. Oh, he needs to be careful. He should know that Peanut is top here. Good flash from Keen. Yep, ward hop. He's going to be fine. Really good flash. He waited until there was no possibility that he could stay out of Maokai range anymore. He knows the range really well. I guess he'd expected that Maokai, after what happened in the early game, would have based and gone bot by now. Obviously, he didn't see him anywhere. Keen gonna collect this wave, but the Jax is gonna start doing a lot when, like, around level 6, level 7, when Gnar is in mini. Basically, Jax has an ultimate and Gnar doesn't, and he's just gonna be able to abuse that really hard. When Gnar's in mega, though, the Jax can't really fight. Mid lane fairly even for now. Genji probably going to be able to get the early Drakes with the bot lane prior they've got from the Draven Braum. If one thing they have to watch out for is that if Draven Braum are ever on a reset, KT can do it really fast, because Sejuani plus melee support has a really, really quick Drake clear. So that's one thing that they need to be careful of.
But, like, I get it. I figured it out. I've seen the lines. But for now, Peanut does help out his top laner. Do know, though, that
I feel like I haven't shut up this game. I feel like I've been talking the entire time. It might be a really easy editing job for me. Like, just cut nothing out because I'm just talking the entire time. But it's had, like, it looks like nothing's happened, but a lot has happened. So here it is, here it is. So Draven Braum came off a reset, right? And Maokai's on a reset. And the Sedge Nautilus are just going to nuke this dragon. It goes down so fast. Look, it's going to be gone in like 2 more seconds. 1, 2, gone. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Really good by KT. They realise that base timing, they go straight for the Drake, knowing that they have the Sejuani plus melee support. Nuke it down. Keen, I would just base here, but man really wants this plate. Okay, I mean, is he going to base as well? Is he going to get the plate and the recall? This ward that Doran's dropped, he's dropped a ward right on Keen. This is really cheeky, because a lot of the time... Oh, Chovy? Oh. Playing with fire, literally, the fire of Tibbers. Yeah, this ward is to spot Keen basing, because a lot of the time what you'll do is push the wave into this tower, and then you'll back off and you'll stand here and base, and what Gnar can do is he can throw his boomerang backwards and let it drop back and cancel the recall of Jack. Yeah, Chovy taking a really, really bad all-in. And Keen having Prio, instead of basing, he runs mid and uses it to deny some minions from Chovy. I don't know if that's the best use of his time. He is going to make it back in time for this wave. But Keen has relatively low CS off of the Maokai thing and having not collected this wave yet. Gonna bridge the gap right now. Oh, Doran gets stunned. Keen with the ultimate. Doran should be fine though, he has flash. No, he's dead. I think Doran could have jumped away and then flashed the Sedge, rather than flashing and then getting Sedge ulted. What I thought was going to happen was that he jumps over Sedge, waits for the Sedge ult, flashes the Sedge ult. Although I guess he had Sedge stun on him, right? So he's just going to get stun ulted regardless, so I guess he should just hold his flash in that case. Good stun from Keen. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, he's just going to get stun ulted. The flash doesn't do anything.
Already is in the air, so then the lineup for Cuz is extremely easy. That's the power of that Sejuani and Jax combination.
Did Keen not crash this wave?
A perfect start here. This is exactly what you want to see. If you're a KT,
I guess Maokai stopped him crashing the wave. That's really good by Peanut, because if he crashes that wave... No, wait, he did crash it, right? It's bouncing back into him. If this wave comes back into Keen, the flashless Gnar has to be really, really careful of the Sejuani Jax, who both have flash. Yeah, the wave's coming back into Keen. So there's a really big opportunity for KT in topside, and if they get the kill, they can maybe get the... No, they can't get the Herald, because Peanut just took it. He didn't actually see it. Tempo Tibbers does a lot of damage to Chovy, pushes the wave. I would be interested to see if Chovy picks up some lifesteal early, even just a Vamp Scepter can help him with the Tempo Tibbers stuff. He does have a Cull and a Doran's Blade, so that does actually heal him a fair bit. Oh, his Tibbers died. BDD had really bad Tibbers control there.
They also got the explosive shot damage on BDD because he killed him while he was up. Not gonna end up mattering. And if you're a Gen G fan, again, I think this composition is going to do its job no matter what. Chovy is still in a decent spot, and Pace is substantially behind due to Delight roaming up, aiming and Lahens playing a great early game.
Okay, wave now bouncing back into Doran. This is a lot better for him. He can be safe. He needs to make sure he doesn't take a trade, though. If he takes a trade now, he can get dove when the wave crashes, because he's missing his flash and he's not going to be in Mega. Not a great deal happening in this game. But I'm basically, you know, I'm a top laner, so I'm talking about the top lane dynamic a lot. Keen's one of my favourite players. I like watching this guy. Chovy's also one of my favourite players. But not the best game from Chovy so far. If he can bring it back later. Ooh. So this is the trade. Now Sedge is actually pathing bot, so the dive isn't an option, but right now Doran is very scared of being dove. Like, he might even drop this entire wave because he's scared of being dove. Oh, that's actually really smart by Doran. He's hitting the Krugs, and hitting the Krugs will put him closer to Mega. So now if Sedge wasn't there, he wouldn't be able to dive him. If Sedge was there, sorry. That's really good by Doran, actually.
It is like a bear sanctuary here in this mid lane. Do they have those? We don't have bears in Australia, so it's confusing. His cousin is going to get found by a tree. Chovy not going to be able to come and help him, though, because there is another stun as BDD so aggressive on this Annie. Man, so much...
I'm not sure how much of this is the Annie-Tristana matchup and how much of this is Chovy misplaying, but the matchup looks really rough for Tristana for now, but I think it's the lack of lifesteal. Obviously, Annie has the E-shield, she has higher range for now. Chovy will eventually have higher range than her.
You don't really want to look for a 5v5, which with pushing back Chovy probably isn't going to happen.
I should move the chat, right? This isn't where it normally belongs. Normally put it like here. Okay. Second Drake over to KT. Keen is just causing havoc. There's no way they can deal with this Jax. He's going to kill everyone. Oh, Keen. Really nice TP in from Keen. He just kills everyone. I think Peanut's dead as well. Oh, Peanut has Phase Rush and Nimbus Cloak, so he actually gets out with the flash. Oh.
the kill under pace here. He doesn't have flash.
Okay, so we were talking about how it's going to be Draven against Jax for who can carry the game.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Pace is sitting on 26.
Looking like Jax so far. This looks like Keen's game.
That was picked up just now. Essence Reaver now done.
Looks
Okay,
like
well,
Keen.
dead, guys.
Keen.
Trying to get out.
Oh, what do you mean this video is unavailable? What? They privated the video. No way. Okay, I guess I go twitch.tv/LCK. And I watch the VOD. Not there yet. KT versus Pro. Hungry versus Tom and Kia. Where else can I watch it? Oh, this was 4 months ago. Highlights. Highlight. I don't want highlights. I want the whole game. I want the whole series. Is this with... Yeah, this is with different casters. We'll keep this open. I will watch it with casters muted, because obviously we don't speak whatever language this is. And I'll just solo cast instead of having little bits of Atlas and Wolf between. What was it Chronicler today? I can't remember. I wasn't really listening. Yeah, normally, like yesterday, I just watched it on the LCK Global thing. I guess they've removed the ability to do that. Twitch, LCK, but it is just twitch.tv/LCK, right? There's just no bots anymore? What about on LoL Esport? I might get spoilers here. LoL. LCK.
팀의 선택은 어떨까? 젠지의 생각은 어떨지 캠핑 지금부터 한번 전해드리겠습니다.
Yeah, it looks like I can have it with Korean cast. Yeah, it's only Korean. Honestly, I don't mind doing it with Korean cast. Like, I basically didn't stop talking the entire time anyway. So I think we'll just continue with Korean cast. So, where were we? We were just after the first Drake, and then Keen was inting under the tower. We didn't get it. 2-1. Okay, Keen has died. It was very loud. Let me turn it down. It's still very low. There we go. That was... Okay, yeah, so Keen kind of griefing it a bit, gives his shutdown over to Chovy. I think he had a shutdown. I think he had a shutdown. They're going to get some plates on mid turret now as well. They actually might get the entire turret because aiming has to base right now. I think KT's still ahead though. Looking at stacking this Drake Soul, we have Ocean Soul, which is going to be really, really powerful on this Jax. He's going to become a bit of a raid boss. Luckily for Pays, he's actually not died yet, so all his Draven cash-in is still going. Is this in the highest quality possible? 1080p, I think it... Yeah, it is. 1080p. Yeah, so Keen just TP's in, causes absolute havoc in this Drake fight. It's actually quite hard for Gen G to fight right now. Their ADCs need items. Like, Chovy is just on a Newton quiver. It's not where you want to be. Now, Keen going for the Divine Sunderer. I think Triforce is probably better here. The only target that Sunderer really has a positive effect against would be the Maokai. I guess there's the Gnar when he's in Mega, but outside of that, Trinity's going to do more damage. But what's important is that this Jax kills the AD carries. The Trinity is... I think Trinity Force is just objectively better here. We got Righteous, Radiant Virtue, sorry, not Righteous Glory, on both of the tank junglers, very standard. And you're looking for this Liandry. Now, Rylai actually causes a lot of disruption on this Annie, so we'll see if BDD goes for the Rylai again. Because one thing that I liked about BDD a couple of days ago, when he played the first series against Hanwha, is that he was actually one of the... I think he was the first person to bring out the Rylais on Annie. And the disruption will really, really help the Jax stick to the AD carries and kill them. So BDD seems to actually read items. Well, yeah, it seems that way. Aiming Stormrazor. Normally Gale Force second on this Aphelios. We saw Viper rush it the other day, but that was because he needed to bridge the gap and actually get into the fight. He was heavily outranged. It's not too bad for Aphelios here. He can hit Draven, he can hit Braum, he can hit Maokai, he can hit Mega Gnar. Gen G looking for the Herald. I don't think you need to fight this if you're KT. You have Jax on a flank with the Blast Cone, actually. Oh, good engage. The hook comes in. Aiming with the blue gun, doing a ton of damage as well. Keen, oh, really nice stand aside, I think, from Pays there. I think the Pays, he managed to knock Jax out of his Q, otherwise he would have stunned him, but Keen! This man wants to cement his name as the king of LCK top lane. Oh, Keen, triple kill? Oh, they gave it to Cuz. Triple kill! Oh, I love how hyped the Korean casters get, man. Okay, so now with the Trinity Force, but Keen is 4-1. Giga Keen, yes. Giga Keen indeed. Mid tower will fall, and that will let sorry, not Gen G. That will let KT push into this bot side jungle and get vision. And that will make it a lot harder for Gen G to approach this Ocean Drake. And if KT get this, they're on soul point. And that is very, very bad for Gen G. Looking like a KT advantage game here. One item that's really, really broken on Jax this game is Frozen Heart. First off, it makes him almost immune to the damage from Gen G. It's very heavy physical. But also, all of their champions rely on auto attacks. So while Keen's in the backline, he'll be slowing their attack speed and just reducing a ton of damage to not just him, but the rest of his team. So I think, hopefully, Keen gets the Frozen Heart second here. I think that's a really, really good purchase. He's got a Warhammer. Is he buying a Black Cleaver? Surely he's not buying Shojin second. I don't really like Shojin second on Jax. I do like Ravenous Hydra second on Jax. If he goes Hydra into Frozen Heart, it's pretty good. So Gen G actually managed to get into the Drake, so they could get this here. The Maokai ult comes out at the right time. They smite it away. Now they need to leave, because Keen's going to kill them. Oh, Doran! Big ult! Boom! Oh, Keen's nearly dead. Oh, but the tip is on to Pays. Good cleanse. Chovy jumps out. Looks like it's going to be a 2-for-1 plus Drake over to Gen.G. So still good for Gen.G, even though they lose the 2-for-1 exchange. They actually kill Keen as well. I think that's another shutdown. So I think this is really good for Gen.G. Ooh, that was a really close hook. Yeah, this is pretty good for Gen.G. Gives them some more breathing room, having KT not be on all point. Keen, that's probably Shojin. It could be Cleaver. I think Cleaver is maybe better. There's going to be a reasonable amount of armor on the side of Gen.G. On Mega Gnar has really high base armor values. He's going to build armor. Maokai's already building tank. We'll see. The Kraken Slayer rush on Chovy. I would assume the BF sword longsword, so he's going Gale Force. I think he could go IE here, to be fair. I don't think I mean, the Gale Force helps him peel himself against the Jack, but he never really needs it to get in, and he has his W and ult anyway. The IE would just do a lot more damage, I think. See if Pays is going Essence Reaver, so he's not copying Deft. He's not going for the Deft Triforce Draven build. He's doing this Essence Reaver into Gale Force build. Big damage coming out of aiming. Weird that Keen is not leveraging his pressure in the side lane here, I think. I guess it's because BDD has TP and Keen doesn't. Ooh, the hook! Doran's kind of griefing, no? Oh, another hook! Lehens just does not miss! Lehens just does not miss. That's going to be an inhibitor tower, I think. I don't think Chovy and Peanut can stop this alone. They could also turn and just clear out all vision in the top side and make it really hard. Okay, the Maokai ult, yeah, the Maokai ult will stop it. But now there's no Maokai ult for Baron. There's no Maokai ult for Baron, so if they just start up the Baron, I think it's really hard for Gen.G to get in. They just bring Keen back. Yeah, they should all reset and just go straight Baron, I think. Sejul into the hook. Damage Doran griefs it for no reason. Just dies. Hayes has to run, but the hook just past the tower from Lehens. Ooh, nasty. KT are fully in control here. Okay, so Black Cleaver, that's good. And a cloth armor looking like he's going into the Frozen Heart. And this is really good. Like, what Keen wants here is he wants haste and he wants durability, right? The reason he wants haste and durability is that all of Gen.G's damage comes from auto-attacking, including even some of their peel comes from auto-attacking the Braum CC. Oh, they've caught Maokai. This is going to be a free Baron. Going to be a free Baron over to KT. There's no way to contest now for Gen.G, and that should be the game. Yeah, so he wants haste so that he can keep activating his E to avoid the Braum stun, but also avoid all the damage from Gen.G, and then he will just inevitably kill them all. So the Cleaver into Frozen Heart makes a lot of sense. Like I said earlier, the Frozen Heart removes a lot of damage from this. Oh! Okay, so Delight's looking to try and stop Gen.G getting onto Soul Point. He's looking to get some vision. He's thinking, oh, I can get some free vision while they're doing Baron. But KT didn't send everyone to do the Baron. They put Lehens and BDD. They kind of called that he would do that. Oh, no way they find him as well. No way they find Doran too. Oh no, it's a disaster for Gen.G. It's an absolute disaster. I think they can just have Keen push a wave with... They can have Keen BDD push waves with the Baron, and they can just have aiming Cuz do the Drake alone. But this game is so very difficult for Gen.G to win now. They're now staring down the barrel of a 10k gold lead. They're going to lose all their towers. They're going to lose every objective. And Keen just cannot be stopped. Yeah, Keen's looking for Doran. Doesn't care about the wave, doesn't care about the tower. Searching for this guy. So we're 5 minutes away from Ocean Soul. So even if the game slows down, KT are still massively favoured. Even though I think debatably Genji might have reasonably competitive scaling, not realistic that they're going to reach it. Chovy actually mythicless. This is a really odd Tristana build. Really odd. I'm also not sure about this build from Pays. The Pays build seems really strange too. I think the Deft build looked a lot better than this. But I'm not a Draven player, so I don't know. Doran having a really rough game. Chovy actually having a really rough game by Chovy standards. But KT are looking extremely legit this season. Yeah, double ADC is normally decent scaling. Hang on, we've got a team fight breaking out here. Oh, big Tibbers. Oh, Keen with the E flash onto 3 people. That's game. That's the game. Okay, Keen and BDD took over the game. Yeah, the double ADC is a lot weaker into the Jax. I really, the more I look at it, the more I like this blind Jax on B4. Like, it could have been countered by Gragas, could have been countered by Kennen, but even then, having the double ADC and also Braum, whose passive is reliant on the auto attacks, looking down the barrel of this Jax is just so dead. Jax was even going Zhonya's. I think it's just worse than Frozen Heart, but funny. It lets him do that. It lets him stopwatch outside the fountain at the end of the game. GG KT, what a stomp. I don't think that's what anyone expected coming into this series, but KT looking really legit. That's the word I was looking for. Looking really legit. Series prediction? I predicted 2-1 Genji. I predicted Genji win, but I thought it would be a 2-1. I don't know if I said 2-1, but I thought Genji should win. But I mean, Church of Keen, bro. Church of Chovy, Church of Keen. Church of BDD, true. BDD's Annie looks like the best Annie. BDD's Annie looks like the best Annie. Okay. Game 2 draft. We have Genji on blue side this time. So I think Annie is something that's going to have to be almost like a target ban. Now on blue side, you have a lot more ability to target ban. So we got Sedge ban, Nico ban on red side. Now if Annie gets banned, that means that unless all the remaining bans are Gragas, Milio, Cassante, it means at least one of them is going to be open. Sion ban? Okay, so at least one of Annie, Gragas, Milio, Cassante are going to be open. At least one of these picks is going to be open. Zerigon, so at least 2 of them are going to be open. This time you are right, Ian, yeah. I don't think Milio B1 is necessarily good. I'm not sure how you answer Milio B1, but that doesn't mean it's not answerable. I just haven't seen it be answered well. Now, Lucian ban on blue side is weird, because that part of why Milio B1 is so hard to answer is because of the dynamic of him being able to go into things like Kog'Maw Jinx, but also being able to go into like Lucian Draven. He has like he's so flexible. You remove the Lucian, obviously Draven's still an option for Genji. Hayes plays that. Cassante gone, so we've got Gragas, and we've got Milio, and we've got Annie available. Maokai, I heard the caster say as well. Okay, with Vi picked up early, I think we can look for... I don't like Maokai now, because the difference here is that last game when they picked Maokai, the Annie kind of blocked the Silas. Yeah, they're going straight for the Annie. Maybe something like... I mean, Annie Gragas removes a little bit of the flex from the Gragas and puts you quite heavy on AP. I think you could go Annie Wukong, and that's fine. There you go, Annie Wukong. Yeah, looks really good. Well, Annie, I think it's very, very early to Kha'Zix. I also think it's pretty bad to Aphelios, but it's kind of like in the last series when we saw an Aphelios, at least they know Vi is going to be going in. This should be Draven Melio, I think. Yep, Draven Melio. It's probably Lulu. Oh, it's going to be Yuumi. Yeah, Yuumi, of course. So who's ahead? I would say KT are probably ahead. You just, like, part of it is, like, player bias, that it's BDD's Annie. But, yeah. Also, Vi into all these champs that can somewhat deal with Vi. The Vi's pretty dealt with so far. It's not like they're playing a Zeri draft or something vulnerable in mid like a Syndra. Annie can actually hold her own. Ahri ban. They're probably going to ban another mid laner out from Chovy. I don't think they'll ban the Tristana. They've got way too much AD already. They don't even have magic damage jungle this time. They might look to ban out Gragas and look for Jax again. Once again, there's a lot of auto-attack reliance on Genji, and I think Keen's Jax is the best Jax. It was the same in summer as well. Keen Jax is nasty. Okay, they're banning Aurelion Sol. They are actually kind of vulnerable to Aurelion Sol. I think they'll probably still look for... Oh, the Wukong got banned. I was going to say they'd still look for the Wukong on 4. On R4. So they are going to R4 jungle. They're going to give Keen R5. That's definitely the best line. I think now that you see Draven Melio, you could Kha'Zix if you wanted that. They obviously hovered it earlier. Viego would actually be okay too. What else is there? Volibear? I'm not that big on the Volibear, but I'm also not that big on the Vi, so I don't think it's losing them anything. Gragas, yeah. So this is the Jax blocker, essentially. That's going top lane. Oh no, it's going mid lane. Okay, that's one way to block the Jax. Now the Jax is really good here. The Tibbers auto attacks, the Aphelios auto attacks, and he can avoid the Volibear stun. He can avoid the Volibear W. So the Jax is pretty solid. So we'll see what Keen goes. He can maybe go for the Kennen into the... It's quite vulnerable to the Vi though. If he goes Kennen into Jax, Keen's just going to bring out the Ornn. So now I think the scaling is pretty decisively in KT's favor with the Ornn coming in. But we've seen the Draven Melio versus Aphelios Yuumi before. It's not pretty for the Aphelios Yuumi. They do get blasted in lane. Once again, we've got like this dynamic of can Pay's Delight smash the game open with this Draven. But here, they don't have Keen winning on the other side either. Like, Doran actually has a good matchup in top lane too. And the mid matchup's fine as well. Like, Gragas just kind of ignores the Annie. As we saw with BDD versus Zeka. It's just kind of a normal matchup. So, I think we have a very, very classic snowball comp versus scaling comp here. Between KT and Genji. If the game goes late, I think KT will win. But this gives me an opportunity to talk about one of my favourite things about Keen and what makes him my favourite. He's probably my favourite player at the moment. So 369 is very, very adept on playing these weak side tank picks and also some weak side champs like Aatrox, GP, that sort of thing. But he's very much a weak side player, right? I think Zeus is clearly the opposite. He's very, very good at playing like the Yone, the Aurelia, the Gwen, these sort of things. The Jace. This is Zeus's zone. Keen does both. And maybe he's not as good at Zeus as Zeus on the carries, and maybe he's not quite as good as 369 on the tanks. But I think he's the second best in the world at both of them, and it just makes him the most complete player in top lane, I think. I think he is just the most complete top laner. Zace is also way better at losing in finals. Yeah, but he's also better at making finals, to be fair. Like, yeah, so KT here, we need to watch out for the Cuz effect. We know that Cuz really likes randomly running into the jungle and dying when there's no need for it. Like, he just likes to be in places he doesn't need to be. And against this snowball-heavy draft from Gen G, he really needs to minimize activity. All he wants to do is kind of track the Vi and make sure she can't get anything going. Keen has looked very solid, and he did all of last split as well. In fact, Keen has looked very solid for a number of years, but he's always been on bottom 14. He's been probably the most elo-held LCK player. Because I think he's always been a top 2 top laner in LCK. It was like him and Khan for the longest time were the best. Ooh, this is kind of like what happened with the Jackson Gnar last game. Big amount of damage, level 1 coming out onto the Aphelios. He can kind of sustain it back up with his fleet and his cult. The fleet is not used to get into range this time, it's used for sustain in the lane. Doran using the E to get creeps. I think he could just auto them. Yeah. Oh, I don't... In terms of... okay, good trade from Doran. In terms of saying he's the most complete player, I meant top laner. I don't know if he's the most complete player in the world. But I think for top lane, I'd probably... At this moment in time, I would put Keen 1 just for all-roundedness. But I could completely understand putting 369 1. It is 369's meta, after all. Oh! This bot lane matchup is so rough. This is why the Melio is so good. Oh, for being elo held. Yeah, Viper was very elo held when he was on Hanwha Life. As was Chovy, but Chovy had Death. That Hanwha Life team wasn't too bad. I mean, they made Worlds quarterfinals. Deft and Willow were actually pretty solid. Morgan was a bit shit. So Peanut looking onto mid. BDD actually... Or BDD might die here. Good flash, BDD. Good flash. Get some nice return damage onto Chovy. BDD's actually been very impressive as well. But this is one thing that I was saying yesterday is that the reason KT are so legit is that they have Keen, right? Keen is their superstar, but nobody is bad. They're a really solid team across the board. Like, aiming is probably the 4th best ADC in the league, I think. Maybe he's 4th best. There's like Viper, Guma, and then it goes into like, do you prefer Pays? Do you prefer maybe Teddy? Do you prefer aiming? Oh, there's Deft as well. Deft is the other one that completes the top 3, right? And then it's like these other names are in contention for 4th. Wave bouncing back into the Draven Melio. Aiming actually managed to sustain back up really well. Between the Potion, the Yuumi, the Fleet, the Cull. Literally a really sustain-heavy setup that he's got here with the Fleet and the Cull. Lehen stayed. I wonder why Lehen stayed. I guess didn't have gold to buy anything? I don't think he really achieves anything by staying. Oh, he gets XP, I guess. He does get some XP, so Lehen's is now level 4. Both top laners basing and TPing. This is a fairly neutral wave, so it makes sense for them to both TP here. It's actually pushing into Doran, so I guess Doran might want to hold this freeze if he can not do too much to the wave. Now, Keen only down 2 CS is really good for him. Looking really good for KT so far. Like, Annie needs to be really careful going into this Gragas level 6 window. She has no flash, so you can very easily get ulted into the Vi. So I think Cuz should prioritize hovering around this Annie when he's not doing his camps. Oh, big damage, big damage. Yeah, Yumi has to exhaust Pays here. In comes Cuz. They have both flashes. There should be no way that Pays dies. Yeah. But they get 3 out of the 4 summoners out of the KT bot lane, and that'll give a lot less pressure onto Aiming and Lehens. They still have Aiming's flash, they still have Lehens' heal. Aiming Lehens are quite safe here. As long as they don't let this wave crash as well, there's nothing that the Vi's going to be able to do. She's not going to be able to dive them. So they're doing a pretty good job of minimizing activity. Yeah, they're not letting this wave crash, that's really important. Kino not finding Cuz in the jungle. Cuz onto Chovy, they need to be careful if this turns into a 2v2. Okay, nice. They burst him down really quick, take Chovy's flash. That's a lot less pressure onto Annie now, and I think with only 1 minute until Annie's flash comes back up, that's probably going to get her through this danger zone of her not having flash into the level 6 Gragas. I think she's probably just going to be able to ride it out now. Oh, wait, there's the Gragas ult onto Cuz. This is why they needed to be careful. Oh, it should be a return kill. Chovy should die. Give it to Aiming. That's good. That's really good, actually. That lets him... to be honest, the best possible targets died for KT. Like, the Volibear dying doesn't do anything. The Gragas dying lets BDD shove in mid and reset. And Aphelios getting the kill gives him some extra gold to get through this bot laning phase. So I think that's really good for KT. Doran starting to build a bit of a lead in top lane. This will start to even itself out once Ornn gets some items and he can really just resist the Jax. But now the Jax is quite a bit stronger, and then it will sort of even itself out, and then really late, like later into the side lane, it will start to favor the Jax. It'll sort of balance out and then peak again. Yeah, so Cuz actually walks into the barrel in the bush here, doesn't realise it's there because he doesn't have vision on it. Does manage to get the shield on himself, which saves him for long enough for him to get some extra damage down onto Chovy, which leads to the return kill. But it's a good play by Gen G. Main thing is that Aiming is able to move and pick up that kill onto Chovy. But as we see, the Gragas kind of just ignoring the Annie. Now Chovy still doing a really good job in lane, somehow ahead like 10 CS on this Annie. I think this is like compared to Zeka's Gragas, the BDD was actually smacking Zeka around in lane. Chovy seems to be asserting his dominance in the lane phase here, but not enough to build a sizable lead and get Gen G ahead enough where they can outscale this KT. Are KT going to 2-0 Gen G? That would be insane. I'm kind of becoming a bit of a KT fan, you know? I'm becoming a bit of a KT fan here. The Dragon over to KT as well. That's 5 extra minutes of scaling. Doran could have held that wave, I think, because Keen, with knowing that Volibear is bot, taking the Dragon, knowing that he's got Vi on top side, Doran could have held that and made Keen overextend to try to fix the wave, but he just bounces it back into him for free, and Keen's going to be able to collect this. I guess they want to give Doran some plates with the Herald, but I don't really think dropping Herald for 2 plates is that big of a deal. Okay, so BDD off the reset. Wait, did he reset? Not sure, but they're bringing Chovy top. Good preemptive ult from Keen. Oh, cancels the Vi W. Oh, Keen. Oh, he dashes out of the Gragas barrel. He immunes the Vi ult. Keen played perfectly. And he still dies. But what a well-played dive outplay attempt from Keen. I think that was almost flawless. I really think that's as close to flawless as that gets. The early ult, move away from them, like spacing out the Vi, knocks Vi out of her Q with the ult, dashes out of the way of the Gragas cask with his E, immunes the Vi ult with his W. Wow, Keen. I'm so impressed by Keen, honestly. This guy is crazy. Even on Ornn. I know he died, but the way he played that was incredible. Yeah, we're going into a bit of a lull state here. Not a great deal is going to happen until this next dragon, I'd imagine. Yeah, watch Keen here. Okay, so he sees the Vi and he sees Chovy. So he ults and he walks away from Vi so that she can't Q him. Knocks her out of that, flashes the Jack stun, ease out of the Gragas cast, immunes the Vi ult with his W. Now, Gen G, to Gen G's credit, they juggled tower aggro extremely well, and that's why it's not a successful outplay for Keen, is because of Gen G's good tower aggro juggling. But wow, Keen mechanically played that amazingly well. BDD looking for the kill onto Chovy. They might lane swap aiming and BDD here. They might run BDD bot and keep aiming mid. No, they're just gonna send aiming back to bot lane. Oh no, wait, they are aiming basing and bot. I guess he has Stormrazor in base. 103 CS and cold complete. He should have Stormrazor by now. Oh, static Shiv. Wow, this isn't something we've seen on Aphelios yet. We've seen a lot of the Stormrazors in the Gale Force. Static Shiv we haven't seen. So I'm trying to think what the static Shiv is for. I guess it gives him the wave clear to help not get pushed in and not have Draven Milio have much ability to do anything or set up dives. They're flashing onto Keen. He immunes the Vi Q, but he can't immune the ult now. And we get a pause. We get a pause. So Keen a little bit too far forward there. Doran flashes on top of him. Keen missing his flash from earlier. Does manage to immune the Vi Q, but then obviously the Vi ult can't be immuned. Keen unable to get away from that one. They paused here due to a Renata bug where static Shiv lets you get gold from executing your own minion. Apparently the teams were warned they can't buy the item despite there not being a Renata in this game. What? What a strange pause. I've seen the Renata bug, yeah, but that only happens if Renata's in the game, and it only happens if they've never proc. Why did it restart the VOD? So, yeah, it can only happen if the static Shiv has never been proc, right? It's like a very, very niche bug that relies on Renata and like very specific circumstances. I don't want to miss anything. I'm just slowly forward. Oh, there's quite a long pause here. Oh my god, this is a long pause. Wow, they even played ads, right? This is all the pause? Yeah. Yeah, KT aiming bought a forbidden item. That is definitely a riot moment. So, we don't have the English cast, so... Wait, did they just... Okay. I was hoping they wouldn't chrono break. I'll play it again. I was hoping they wouldn't chrono break to before Keen died, but like when aiming bought the item. Wait, did they... No! They forced him to sell it. He couldn't even refund it. They forced him to recall, sell the item, and now he's bought a BF sword and a... Man, that's so stupid. Over a bug that literally cannot happen in this game. What? So aiming is now just down like 1,000 gold for no reason. What are Riot doing? What are the LCK doing? I mean, I guess it's still his fault if he was told that he's not allowed to buy static Shiv and he did it anyway. It depends. I don't know, I guess it depends on what he was told, but that's really harsh. just having to go and sell the item, losing 1,000 gold.
성장세를 어떻게든 한번 눌러주는 게 되게 좋거든요. 그런 쪽을 되게 공략을 잘해줘야 될 것 같습니다.
네. 전체 포탑을 뒤쪽에서 맞이하고 있는 상황.
I mean, KT can still win, but Gen.G are now much further ahead than they should be.
에라인 압박을 다
They're basically like it says it's a 5,000 gold, but it's lead, but it's actually like a 6,000 gold lead.
천천히 페이지가 또 다시 압박을 하고 있습니다. 바텀이나 미드나 탑이나 지금 이미 오르는 바로 저쪽 지역에
This is really sad for KT.
많이 빠져 있는 상황이고요.
그래서 이럴 때 원래 불리한 팀 기준으로 보면은
So he's now going Gale Force instead, I suppose.
판단이 중요할 때가
I thought he would have gone Storm Razor anyway. It's kind of weird that he wanted Static Shiv.
테라인 다 압박을
But-
한다고 했을 때 그리고 게임이 엄청 불리한데 여기서 내가 어설프게 개입했다가 역갱을 맞거나 뭐 상황이
Gen.G starting up the Drake. It is only their first Drake. KT are on a massive power trough because, like, partly because of the bug. So they're just gonna give it. There's no way they should ever contest this. KT still have plenty of time to scale. It's definitely not over,
복권 당첨금이 점점
but it's gonna be difficult now.
무섭지만 KT가 분명 천룡을 먹어주고 지금
Hayes going for the same build again. He's also picked up an Executioner's Calling, which I don't think he needs. I'm not sure if it does enough damage to warrant 800 gold purchased on him. Yeah, Doran on a bit of a power spike, using Keen here. Keen's fine. Not having his tower makes him a bit less safe.
라인을 계속 밀다 보면 그 과정에서
They've thrown a lot of resources. They've kind of played weak side Draven in a way here. They've thrown a lot of resources at Keen, giving it to Doran.
이번 전령 때도 그래서 생각을
And then they've won bot side anyway because of a
승부수를 한번 던져
riot moment.
와 근데 너무 무섭긴
Well, now I really want KT to win. Like, I want them to win in spite of riot griefing.
그런데 싸움을 해야 된다? 이거는 뭐 너무나도 좀 아플 수 있는 상황이라.
That'd be cool.
결국은 그 부분에 대한 접근을 아예 하지를 않는군요.
어떻게든 아이템은 1코 정도는 뽑아야 화력이 나오기 때문에
I'm assuming there's a Reddit thread about this bug, right? Or the whole situation. Seems like something Reddit would pick up on.
윙동이거든요.
네.
오른을 픽한 시점에서부터 어떻게든 아펠리오스 아이템이 나오기 전까지는 뭐 최소한의 피해로 막아봐야겠죠.
그래서 미드 쪽으로 빠져나왔습니다. 자, 그 사이에 젠지는 전령의 눈까지 안착을 시키면서 이 다음 단계를 한번 준비를 하고 있습니다. 이미 상당히 빠르게 탑에
Over under Executioners does 500 damage this game? Probably under. There's not a lot of healing on KT. The only healing in the entire game is Yuumi and Fleet. I guess there's Volibear W. It might do more than 500. It might do like 700. It depends how often they're hitting each other. There's not a lot of fighting going on, so it might actually do less. It's purely going to depend on how often the teams fight, but I don't think KT are in any position to fight now. And with this mid tower going down, they need to kill this Herald before it crashes into the second turret. Oh, it's going to crash. They might even lose their T2 here. Okay, the tower stays alive, but it's almost like an inevitability that this
실제로 전판에는 좀 일방적으로 맞은 느낌이 있긴 했.
almost an inevitability that this tower goes down.
돌려주고 있는 현재 2세트거든요.
전판은 진짜 젠지 워터파크인 걸 환영해 이거였거든요.
그때 그 워터파크를 즐기지 못했으니까요.
근데 지금은 젠지가 보여주는 그냥 완전 군더더기.
Sundara makes a lot more sense on Jax this game into the Ornn, into the Volibear.
도란입니다.
Sundara makes a lot more sense than it did last game. Peanut finds Cuz. Both of these guys have tools to immune the Vial, so I don't think Vi can...
그냥 진짜로 왜냐면
Oh, he ults early over the wall. Ult goes down onto Peanut. Aiming doesn't really have the damage to do anything, and he's just caught out by the Gragas cask. Cuz is also going to drop. Doran flashing in. I think this game's as good as over. I think we're going game 3.
킬 먹으면
이 맛에 또 잭스도 하는 거고 맞습니다. 막다 밀고 들어가면서 바이가 주먹을 막 뻗는데
그냥 뻗을 때마다 이런 그림들이
Looks like we get another game.
하게 되겠습니다. 뒤쪽에는 인원들을 믿어 없습니다.
I'm not disappointed. One more game of Keen.
운영 자체가 아니라 애니 순간 이동을 뺀 거부터
One more game of Keen. LoL Esports just added the second series. Oh, Keen's gonna die here.
아니 그래서 막 뻗어요.
Oh, they didn't Vial him. He didn't have W, right? He already W'd, I think. Oh, they don't have Vial. That's why they didn't Vial him. Trying to look at too many things. I'm looking at chat. Like, thinking about bugs and stuff. Yeah, so Cuz caught out here. But I think they can just leave after this. Like, KT can just leave. I think they're looking to like try to get back into this game somehow. I'm not really sure what their plan is here. Aiming's walking in. Now Lehens is dead, Cuz is dead. Another 1,000 gold added to the lead. It's now a 10,000 gold lead, but it's basically an 11,000 gold lead because 1,000 of the gold that Aiming has earned disappeared. So this one as good as done. We just now we just have to slowly watch Gen G put KT out of their misery.
해결책을 그래서 제시하기가 저희가 어렵기 때문에 KT도 어떻게 보면 속수무책으로 당하는 건데 이런 거라도 한번 보라를 이게 아펠리오스 불러가지고 한번 해보려고 한 건데 잡기가 어렵거든요 보시다시피.
게다가 뒤쪽도 피너까지 있고 불편한 상황들이 굉장히 많았습니다.
Oh, Aiming's just dead. Oh wow, he manages to get out with Flash Gale Force. Okay.
어차피 여기는 그냥 잽 한번 뻗은 겁니다.
근데 잽 하나에 완전 날아가는 게 한두 개가 아니었습니다. 전면에 그냥 쏙 뽑혔고요.
It's going to be the second Drake over to Gen G. They're going to shove in mid wave and they're going to immediately rotate through mid into the Baron, I think. Going for a base on Doran. No, he doesn't have TP, so he should run top. If they want to full reset, they should put Chovy bot lane with TP to pressure the Baron. They're not full resetting, they're just resetting Doran. A's running mid. Now they have mid prior right now. They could start up the Baron and there's nothing KT can do about it. But the one thing is that they're so far ahead that a Baron flip is probably the only way they can lose. So I think, yeah, just denying jungle creeps and just choking out. This is the Gen G playstyle. They'll just choke you out. This is one thing that they weren't doing at MSI though. They were flipping stuff at MSI. But now that they're back in LCK, they're back to just, oh, we'll just choke you out. We'll just take these low risk, low reward plays over and over and over again. And you have no way to get back in. I think Gen G from ahead is really hard to beat. Very, very hard to beat Gen G from ahead. They've got full vision control now. They're going to start on this Baron. All they have to do is make sure they know where Cuz is. Now, he's not going to walk over that ward, actually. He's avoiding the ward, so they don't see Cuz right now. But Cuz doesn't even know they're on it. He's just doing his chick. He's just trying to get a camp. He's not had a camp in like 10 minutes. There goes the Baron, and that as good as wins the game. They're going to take at least one inhib with this Baron, probably two. 2 inhibs is going to lead into the third. The natural pressure from having 2 inhibs is essentially like having Baron buff, the amount of pressure you get from that. 3 inhibs, you can't win the game. They'll just lose. So here they go, they're pushing top lane. Chovy is pushing in mid wave. So I think what's going to happen here is they push this top tower. They'll crash the remaining minions into the top T3. Then they'll rotate into the wave that Chovy's brought. I'm surprised that Chovy's letting... Yeah, Chovy shouldn't let Keen hit this wave. They should rotate into that mid wave now. Then they could siege that mid T3 turret. But I guess they just want to keep denying every jungle camp in the game. Gen G are literally just playing for economy. It's very, very classic Gen G here. They're not trying to win too quick. They're trying to make it impossible to lose. Which is like, you know, respectable. If this was T1, they would just take a fight, win, and win the game. But this is Gen G, so we watch them do this for 10 more minutes. Now, they are on a bit of a scaling clock, but I don't think that clock will ever strike 12. Like, they're ahead 15,000 gold, accounting for the bug gold as well. 15k at 22 minutes. It's not winnable. They're now going to take this bot T2. That's going to be another 500 gold. I'm surprised they haven't gotten an inhibitor with this Baron power play though. Maybe they don't want to take an inhib. Maybe they want to not give super minions to just continue choking them out. Okay, no, they're going to engage now. I don't see any possible way they can lose this fight. They're up 15k gold. I think the game almost plays itself for them. Good stun from Doran, flashing in for the... it would have been a 3-man stun, but BDD was in Zonya's. And that's the game. That'll be the game. I think maybe part of what Gen G do is that by playing so slowly and calculated, they do almost lull you into a false sense of security. Like, you think, oh, they're not going to fight, they're just going to siege. And then just bam, they pull the trigger, one fight, wins the game. Alright, I mean, Gen G played a really, really good game here. Like, the bug obviously really hurt KT. The pause, the whole situation really hurt KT. But Gen G played really well. So, you know, they did deserve the win. But it's really unfortunate for KT. But we get another game of Keen. If there's one thing I love, games of Keen. It looked like draft was starting like here. No, surely that's too soon, right? Where's draft start? Oh, this is replay. Here we go. Okay, KT have chosen blue side. Blue side wins a lot at the moment. Blue side really does win a lot. Some of that I think still comes down to suboptimal drafting, but I think blue side's stronger than it's ever been. There's a lot of flex solo lane picks, which really helps cover the weakness of the B4, B5 picks. Which makes blue a lot stronger than normal, and then a lot of the B1s are really, really strong. And I think there's like, it's like Milio, Gragas, Nico, and Cassante. There's like 4 really contested B1 picks, and you can't ban them all. Gragas is getting gutted next patch though, so Gragas is probably going to be gone as this Giga Flex. He's open right now. They're nerfing the cooldown of his passive. It's going to a 12-second cooldown on the heal. 12-second cooldown, which is crazy. It used to be 6. Currently it's 8. And it's going to 12. Okay, Annie gone. No Annie for BDD, which is weird because they're blue side, so they could have B1'd it. But we haven't actually seen the Syndra into the Annie. We did see it against Don1. Yeah, he's definitely his biggest nerf in top lane. Oops.
약간 유니크하긴 해요. 그리고 저는 1픽으로 가져와야 되는 이유 중에 하나도 바이가 잘린 제리는 한층 더 강화됩니다, 오히려.
Zeri B1 with Vi banned. So normally when you see the Vi ban on blue side, it signals the Zeri B1, and Gen G in game 1, they saw this from KT and they did ban Zeri. They're responding with the Yumi. I wonder what they're going to take into it. You can go something really high. I just don't want to see the Aphelios. I think that's the only thing I don't want to see. Or like, I don't want to see Xayah either. I don't think they necessarily need to pick AD yet either. They can go jungle. They can take a good jungle into the Zeri. I mean, Maokai's open. I think they could go Maokai. Gragas is good too as a flex. Gragas is really good. Maokai walks into Silas, so probably don't want to do that just yet. So now we're probably going to see Lulu. We might see Milio. There's the Maokai. It's harder to pick Silas for Gen G because they already have Gragas, but also they have a lot of magic damage shown as well. Yeah, so it's just the Lulu. I mean, Zeri, Maokai, Lulu is a really nice core. Really nice core.
맞아요. 그렇기 때문에 그거를 완전 셧다운했다고 보시면 될 것 같습니다.
What are we gonna get on 3 here? It's probably gonna be AD.
밀리오도 참 고평가받긴 하지만 그냥 룰루가 뭔가
Twitch.
너만 봐. 와,
Okay.
적절할 수 있는데 와우.
트위치.
Which isn't bad here.
라따뚜이.
Into the Zeri Lulu, he's getting a really, really easy lane as far as like lanes normally go. The main problem with Twitch is his inability to lane. Now we've already got Maokai locked in, and I doubt it's going to flex into top lane. So if Nocturne wanted to come in as the Twitch answer, it would have to be a solo lane Nocturne, which I don't think we'll see from KT. The reason Nocturne comes in is that when Twitch ults, Nocturne ults, and Twitch, even though he has 1,000 range, he can't auto-attack anyone because he can't see them. Something that we've seen T1 do before. I think it's a really creative use of the Nocturnal. So in a really Twitch-reliant comp, I think it's quite good. Viego and Yone ban. They're scared of BDD's Yone. Yeah, I think banning jungle is correct for KT. I think Kindred could be quite good for Gen G here. They have the Gragas ult to get the enemy team out of the Kindred ult, and it keeps their Twitch alive. Kindred's quite scary. Okay, Wukong gone. So we're probably going to see jungle here from Gen G. Like I said, Kindred could be the play. I think you can also go Lilia here. You can also just pick a tank jungle like Sejuani. I don't know why you would blind Jax. I mean, we've seen Jax be really good in this series and not have an answer. But Gragas is taken away, so there's no Gragas here. There's Kennen, but there's also Poppy. Really strong into the Jax. Akshan? Okay, Renekton. Renekton has a strong lane into the Jax. I think you're putting yourself on a bit of a clock. Renekton scales better than he used to. This is 1310, so there's no Renekton buffs yet, right? That's 1311. The Renekton ult buffs? Or is that 1310? And then Ahri. So I think KT, you have to win early now. The Jax, Gragas, Twitch, Yumi, they're basically outscaling in every role so far. And now in mid, you probably just pick something control-ish like Lissandra. Oh, Kindred! There it is, there's the Kindred. So they're playing Gragas mid, yeah, I thought they might be going Gragas jungle. But they're playing the Kindred. I think Gen G are favoured here. Depends how much KT can get done early with this Ahri, Maokai, Renekton. I don't think they're going to do too much in bot side, but I think Doran's going to be quite vulnerable. So we'll have to see if Keen can put Doran in positions where he can get abused. Which I think Keen is definitely capable of doing. Alright.
얼마나 스파이시한지는 이제 안쪽에서 지켜보시면 될 것 같습니다. 뭐 KT가 1세트의 그 느낌 제대로 보였다면 2세트에는 또 젠지가 더 보여준 느낌이 있었습니다. 서로 간에 주고받는 1세트와 2세트의 힘이 있었는데 자, 세 번째 세트에서는 과연 그 두 개의 세트를 통해서 만들어낸 이 조합으로 어떤 힘을 보여줄지 바로 레넥톤으로 잭스를 상대하겠다는
So yet another new champion for Keen. We've seen him play a lot of champions already this split. He's had a really good performance on all of them. He had a great Malphite, great Jax, great Ornn. What else has Keen played? What else did they play against Hanwha? Played... Oh yeah, he had a good Scion as well. And his KO was not the best, to be fair. But I'm sure he's capable of playing it. It just, that one game in particular wasn't the best. But he's actually played a unique champion every game. So Keen's played 6 champions now. In 2 series.
소위 고밸류, 뭐 뒤로 가도 좋은 픽, 캐리력 있는 픽 이런 픽들이 꽤나 많이 포진돼 있어가지고 진짜
KT thinking that Genji are going to drop the ward in the bush that they're in, looking to get that ward kill early, but it's actually in the next bush. But at least they're not going to get cheesed early. The worst thing that can happen for KT is that they somehow fall behind early. That'd be terrible.
편한 픽은 아니거든요. 근데 지금 상황에서 분명히 아군과 여러 가지 시너지를 내는 데 있어서 꽤나 중요할 수 있는 게 저 그라가스가 상대 팀에 있고 우리 팀에 있을 때랑 또 양해한 시초 느낌이 달라요.
아, 그렇죠.
우리한 식초 효과를 내기에도 꽤나 괜찮고 또 AD에 강력한 AD 정글러로서 캐리력도 있고 상대가 일단 마오궁이나 이것저것 깔면서 들어올 때 킨드레드 궁이 있는 것 자체가 굉장히 안정감이 생기고요.
그래서 불청객을 내쫓는 그런 그림이 일단 그라가스에게 좀 필요되겠군요. 그리고
So, Kindred pathing into top, Maokai actually pathing into bot side. Very, very interesting. You would expect this Maokai to be playing around as Renekton here, with the Ahri. Pace starting with Q. Not gonna get any. Oh, that's what the pink ward's for. It actually reveals the Twitch Q. Oh, that's a lot better of a pink ward than I thought. So KT have this giant zone at the back of their lane that unless Paze and Delight can actually get into that bush, they're always going to be able to see the Twitch Q. Really nice by aiming in Lehen's, actually. So Lehen started with no potions to be able to do that, but the lane is so easy into Twitch Yumi that he doesn't need the potions anyway. Wow, Keen starting with E to avoid the Jax E. Level 1 is actually the weakest point of power for Renekton. He's actually one of the weaker level 1 champions in the game. A lot of champions beat Renekton at level 1. He's very reliant on having his entire kit. Like level 3, he's insane. At level 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, he's insane. But level 1, level 2, not the best champ. You can kind of see this here. Whereas Jax, very, very strong level 1, level 2. Like, at level 1, most of what you do is auto-attack, right? You only have one spell. Jax's spell avoids auto-attack. So, of course, his level 1 is insane. Doran looking for a proxy already. He knows... Wait, what is this Maokai pathing? He did blue, wolves, chickens back into topside. This is such strange pathing from Cuz. So he saw that Renekton leashed, right? And that's why he's doing this? Is Cuz going to be able to stop? No, he's not. So I'm not really sure what the point of Cuz's clear was here. He's just sequenced his camps really weird. I guess he was trying to catch Doran off guard by like doubling back into topside. Oh, now there might be a fight over this top grab. So Keen has Prio. I think BDD and Chovy can both move. Ah, it's gone. Peanut's already got it. Yeah, I think they could have fought over that to deny Kindred the mark, but Kindred's gonna get it. He's now threatening Keen. Now, Keen has full fury, he has flash, he has E. I don't think he's ever gonna die. The worst that can happen is probably a loser's flash, but if Doran jumps in to get the E, Keen will just dash out of it. Like this, see? He just dashes out of that. His E actually didn't hit Doran, so he doesn't get the second E. So Keen wouldn't have to flash if his E hit Doran, but even though Doran was like inside him, somehow it didn't hit. Keen still with a sizable CS lead, but losing the flash, and this is why I thought Maokai would pass top. Like, this top lane matchup's going to be really pivotal to the game. If they can get this dive off, though, it's definitely worth. The problem they have is that Pace has... Why? What is Cuz doing? He just walked up and died. He didn't dodge turret shot with the W, he didn't reset turret aggro with the W. What a strange game from KT. But a very strange game from Cuz. Like, pathing and then this botched dive is... Yeah, I don't know. Keen winning, even though... I mean, he's kind of winning. He's got no summoners, but he's up in CS, but he's lived a gank. Oh, but this is really bad for KT now. I remember I said the worst thing they could do is fall behind early. That's exactly what they've done. They're down 800 gold. 700 gold. Both of these top laners really playing for the laning phase. They both got double Doran's item. What is this dive?
다 위험했습니다.
What's the plan here? Even Pays is confused.
강행했으면 트리플 킬 당할 뻔했어요. 네, 구도가.
그러니까요. 그래서 뭐 아이 들어오는 순간부터 페이스가 굉장히 여유가 있었네요.
Okay, Doran needs to base DP soon. Just Keen's putting a lot of pressure onto him, actually. Now Doran has flash, so he can't get dove here.
여기도 굉장히 스파이시합니다.
Yep, Hayes is gonna be really, really strong this game now.
예.
I think this game is looking very, very Gen G favored right now.
페이지와
I would expect Gen G to take it.
좋은 수비력을 만들어내면서 보여주면서 상대편의 그 들어왔었던 개행을 한번 흘려냈습니다. 뭐 잡아내는 것까지 했고요.
KT are gonna need to really bring something out and soon. Losing the dragon as well.
시도를 하는데
예.
And the reason they're losing this dragon is actually because of the botch dive. The botch dive gave Pays and Delight the advantage, which gave them prio. They're leveraging that prio to take the dragon. So it all comes from the botch dive in the end.
뭐냐 편하게 피해서 먹고 있어요.
네, 그라가스가 그리고 진짜 넉넉하게 도망갔죠, 사실.
예.
전멸도 빠진 것도 아니고 그냥
Zeri's not particularly good at carrying into the red side draft, so
와 이게
you know it's not even like the scaling of Zeri is gonna help. She's playing against Jax, Kindred,
확실히 해볼까?
Witch, Yumi. The scaling on red is insane.
분명 처음에 좀 말린 게 있어가지고. 근데 그래도
Doran going in,
좀 점수를 얻긴
kind of calling the bluff that his jungler might be there.
좀 희망일 것 같긴 한데.
Okay, Doran using the ult. Keen holding his.
하는 거예요.
Really, really good for Keen. Doran now ultless with no TP. Keen's TP coming up first. Keen going to be able to hold this wave. Still has the Renekton ult. He's going to be favoured in this top lane now. Yeah, Keen can pop ult here, I think. Doran has flash though, so Keen probably holding it for that reason.
빠질 생각하겠죠? 네.
Maokai here. Keen can hold the wave.
뭐 이런 기분을 보이진
I think Keen can hold this wave and wait for his TP and then... I mean, obviously he's not going to be able to TP right now, but he's going to, yeah, drag it, let it push back into him and hold it, and then when his TP is about to come back up, he can base TP and still have it held.
추가적으로 지금 바텀에서 디나이까지 당하고 있는
If he knows Doran's going to, yeah, see, if he pushes, Doran can not base, and he can just catch the wave. If he knows Doran bases, the push is really good, obviously, because then the wave dies to the tower and it bounces back into him anyway. But he can just crash wave, base, buy some items, come back to lane, have a wave pushing into him.
맵이 아니에요.
아직도
I think regardless of what Keen does there, it's winning. I think there's just ways that he can win more. So Keen actually staying, so he's looking to... He wants to watch Doran base. So here he can stand here, right? And he can not push.
생각이 너무 잘 되고 있어서
And if Doran... Yeah, so now Doran bases, now Keen pushes, right? But if he didn't base, he could just let the wave come into it. Like, he's dragged it into a slow push.
차이도 너무 심하니까요.
Now, Keen's gonna base. Let's see what Keen itemizes towards. I think Blade of the Ruined King is really bad here. There's not a lot of health stacking, and Jax avoids auto attacks. So I think one thing that I've been playing a lot is Ravenous Hydra. I also think that just Stridebreaker is really good on Renekton. Keen actually asserting his dominance, walking into the Herald. Oh! Peanut nearly gets... Peanut's smite was down for another 3 seconds. Oh, Peanut could very, very nearly get that. And he has to flash back out after not securing it. So Gen G actually losing out there, and KT finding small windows back into the game. Let's see if they can leverage this Herald into anything. Now, Keen bases, spends his gold. He's definitely ahead of Doran in the 1v1. See if he can do anything with that. With the, it looks like he's going into, it could either be Goldrink or Stridebreaker. Hopefully it's Stridebreaker. It'll give him, like, a little bit of extra pressure onto the Twitch, a little bit of extra pressure onto the Kindred. That'd definitely be the best item. The Goldrink probably does more in the 1v1, but, I mean, Jax is going to start winning that 1v1 regardless of what you build, so I think it's definitely better to get the Stridebreaker. This Twitch on 8 CS per minute.
뭐 여러 가지 상황이 있긴 했고 그 과정에서 젠지가 분명히
Absolutely chilling.
건 사실인데
Chovy is Chovying in mid lane, he's just doing his thing. 10 CS per minute.
그래서 다시 이제
Enoch with a big lead in the jungle.
것 같은 좀 그런 느낌도 있어요.
KT, especially the botch dive leading into them losing the first dragon really hurts their chances of snowballing this game, because there's no chance of them getting like a 25-minute soul. Even if they get every Drake from now, it's going to be a 30-minute soul. So
지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 킨드레드 피넛이 조금씩 내려오고 있는 바텀 지역. 여기 근처까지 일단 자리를 잡고 있습니다.
it's going to be like, if they did them on spawn, it's going to be like a 27-minute soul,
자, 일단 뭐 전령에 대한
which is pretty late. That gives all of the champs on Gen G plenty of time to come online.
전까지 최대한 압박해줘야 됩니다. 레넥톤이 처음에 집중 견제 당하면서 좀 불편하긴 했어도
Gen G looking for some vision control before this Jake.
정에서도 진짜
Jake? Apparently the dragon is now called Jake, by the way. So yeah, they're looking for some vision control before this Drake spawns. Chovy takes away 2 or 3 of the little raptors. Not really relevant.
예.
They've actually swapped, so they're giving Drake because they've swapped Zeri into topside. So they're trying to trade Drake for gold lead.
풀고 확 땡길 생각하고 있는 거예요.
The only no, because Doran has. Wait, they're full swapping. Haze and Delight are also swapping. Yeah, so the bluff here, oh, not the bluff, but the gambit here is that they would give the second Drake in exchange for gold lead by dropping the Herald into top lane. Now that they see Twitch in top lane, I guess they can go and start the Drake. But Peanut's already on it. I'm not really sure what KT are doing here. Really not sure what the plan from KT here is. They just drop Herald for 2 plates and give Dragon.
드래곤 쪽에서는 젠지가
It's so odd.
있는 거고. 근데 이거를 뭔가
Seems like really bad macro from KT.
타이밍으로 딱 먹었죠, 젠지가. 진짜 잘 먹은 거예요.
Cuz this game has been really quite everything Cuz has done. I don't understand why he's doing it. It just looks wrong.
이거 싸먹힐 뻔했는데.
Now the build looks fine. Going for AP in a game where you need to snowball, like having more damage on the Maokai, I think that's fine.
일단 상대도 뭔가 보인다.
The Warhammer on Renekton shows Gore Drinker instead of Stridebreaker, so not a big fan of that.
그 이후에 KT도 신중한 경기 그리고 여러 가지 뭐 운영을 통해서 좀 쫓아가고 있는 그런 형국이긴 하거든요.
그러다 보니까 지금 막 정글 서포터도 엄청 바빠요. 위치.
Like, if they're gonna drop the Herald top, at least commit to it. They had 3 people there, you know, they can at least push. And then they're getting more than 2 plates in exchange for Dragon. But like, 2 plates in exchange for Dragon when you're still behind in gold is just nowhere near worth it, especially when you're getting outscaled this hard.
치유미가 어디로 사라졌다? 뭐 어디로 올 수도 있다. 이거를 항상 신경 많이 쓰겠죠.
Item spikes coming in for the Gen G carries. They've got Kraken Slayer on Peanut. They've got Blade of the Ruin King on Haze. They've got Echoes of Helia on Delight. Delight not actually running the Font of Life, unlike Lahens does. I think that's definitely worse, because he's got Inspiration. Like, what do you even run in Inspiration on Yuumi? I guess it's Futures Market Cosmic Insight. That's the only thing I can think of. Futures Market to hit the Helia faster, Cosmic Insight to give you Exhaust and Ignite more often. That seems okay, but I think Font would just be better.
정말 쾌적하게 게임이 후반까지 가도 마음이 편한 저 드래곤 2스택까지 깔끔하게 쌓아둔 상태니까.
예. 이것 때문에 더욱더 만약에 전령이 KT 쪽으로 넘어가지 않았다면 굉장히 좀 여러 내용들이 나올 뻔했는데 자, 그 전령 이후에 어쨌든 나 탑 쪽에 박치기도 성공을 시켰고
트위치 유미가 어디로 갈지 몰라요. 그래서 핑이 항상 막 계속 경계 핑들이 많이 찍혀요.
예.
이쪽 동선 뭐 저쪽 동선.
어디로 가는지에 대한 경계심이 있습니다. 여기에 나왔는데
피 한번 빼주나요? 피 한번
He's maybe looking for something in mid lane, but yeah, aiming can just eat away through the wall.
그렇죠. 하지만 제리도 항상 제리 원칙이라고 할까요? 벽을 끼고 움직여라.
그렇죠.
예, 언제나 기민하게 반응할 수 있도록.
벽에 친구같이
I've just realized something about my microphone. 1 second.
드레드가 멀리 빠지진 않았습니다. 근처에 있는 그런 모습이었고
Yo, Bobek, if you're here, do you notice any difference in my mic quality now compared to
알아 이거거든요. 계속 불
5-10 seconds ago, or like basically the rest of the stream?
결국은
Like, is anything different?
조용히 서로 힘을 키워나가는 이런 경기 양상이 되고 있거든요.
또 실제로 양쪽 다 밸류 측면에서
Don't think it changed. Okay.
칠것 같아가지고.
예.
I for some reason I'd ended up with 2 pop filters instead of 1.
그렇죠. 그리고 특히 레넥톤이
The click or the thud might have just been me muting it. I'm not sure,
파워는 유지가 됩니다.
but I had 2 pop filters, so I just got rid of one. I thought maybe having two of them might muffle it a little bit or something, but
역할이 있는 거니까요.
그렇죠. 그 힘을 생각하면서 기다리고 있는 기인이고 뭐 각각 뭐 KT 젠지 자 그 힘을 기다리고 있는데
BDD forced to ult. I mean, KT are in serious trouble because they're not getting anything going, and the longer this game goes, the more and more it favors Gen G.
다시 들어갔다.
근데 이번에는 이거 두 번째 전령을 확실하게
They are going to be able to get this Herald, unless
먹고 도망가야 되는.
Peanut doesn't manage to get it, and they actually waste the TP out of Doran. So now Keen can push this tower on his own, and they get the Herald. So this is good for KT.
잭스까지 부른 거기 때문에 KT 입장에서
This is good for KT.
안 먹어도 그만이에요. 우린 뭐 괜찮은데? 그러니까 여기도
Chovy actually TPing into the bot lane to defend the tower. Plus both TPs down for Gen G, and KT get the Herald anyway.
조건이 있습니다.
And now the dragon's spawning, and Gen G have no teleports. So you would expect BDD to push this top lane really hard, and then maybe base TP? But basically BDD can be at this dragon, Doran cannot be at this dragon without dropping waves. I think it's perfectly fine to drop waves for Gen G now, like,
상황에서
you can also just give dragon for Gen G. It's their first Drake, and it's a Cloud Drake. Like, there's no need to care, honestly.
그냥 드래곤 치면 KT가
Genji are
쓸 수밖에 없을 것
so in control of this game
와야 돼요. 예, 3스택을 칠 수.
that they have, like, the opportunity to just give whatever they want.
KT가 지금 골드도 이기고 있는 상황이라서 사실 굳이 뭐
Except Baron. I don't think they can give Baron. That would be bad.
딱 칼을 빼들어야 되는 시점인 거죠.
드래곤이 나왔습니다. 3명째.
어차피 아이템들은
But as long as they're collecting waves, they can drop a turret, they can drop a dragon. They can...
타 빌드로 가게 되면 좀 기다려야 된다.
But Gen G actually starting up the dragon, they're inviting KT in. Now they do have really strong disengage tools with the Gragas ultimate, they have the Kindred ultimate. Once the Kindred ultimate ends, the Yuumi ultimate's going to heal up the entire team. So Kindred's going to ult in the pit. I think, oh, big Gragas ultimate and pays! Pops the entire team of KT. The backline of KT get Gragas ulted by Chovy and then just deleted by the spray and pray out of Haze. And Gen G now so far ahead with a comp that scales so much harder on Soul Point. It's going to be so very difficult for KT to win this game. Keen sat at 0-0-0 with a 25 CS lead, little bit elo held. Never had his jungler top the entire game in this matchup where you would assume they're drafting to play around him.
그 와중에 투테를 결국 뭐 라인 복귀하는 데 써서 라인 손해는 최소화시키긴 하더라도 당연히 뭐 큰 의미는 없고요. 지금 당장은
볼까요?
아래쪽 어그로가 끌리거든요. 도란 선수가 되게 잘
And Keen there did actually stun into the Jax E. Bit of a misplay from Keen. But with how hard their backline got fucked, it really does not matter.
완전히 아무것도 못했죠.
나이스. 미드 가자.
진짜 말 그대로 크레이지 배치기 모드가 나왔습니다.
기가 막힌 배 한 방이 터져 나왔습니다.
I think this game, just like the last one, is as good as over. Gen G can continue to play their slow, controlled playstyle, just choke out KT until the point where their champions just aren't good anymore. Like, Ahri's just not going to be good anymore. Renekton's just not going to be good anymore. Whereas Gragas, still going to be an absolute monster. Jax scaling into an absolute menace, as we saw with Keen's Jax. And actually Doran's Jax in the previous two games. You've got, oh my god, Pace just deletes him out of nowhere! Aiming's not even allowed to catch a mid-wave outside his turret. Yeah, Twitch becoming insanely strong. He's going collector second item. What an interesting build out of the Twitch.
제리가 어느 정도 이제 나름의 이제 탱킹도 되면서 뭐 그쪽 빌드로 가긴 가더라도 시간도 좀 걸릴 뿐더러 너무
There is actually no armor on KT apart from the Renekton tabbies, so the collector's not awful. I guess it's going to be like IE and then Lord Doms, or the Demolish just takes the tower. Keen has to get out of here. He's going to get Gragas ulted. Can he dodge it? Nope, he's Everfrosted. No dodging that. Big Gore Drinker from Keen, but he's dead. He's dead, and Gen G expand their lead even more. What a doomed game.
고속모드로 전환한 다음에는 속도. 바텀 지역 길을 이렇게 뚫어냅니다.
시원하네요.
네.
힘 대 힘, 한타 조합 대 한타 조합 간의 정면 충돌해서 한쪽으로 균형이 기울어진 순간 너무 불편해지긴 했었어요. 그 전부터도 좀 불편한 부분이 있었지만
그러니까 뭐 서로 자신이 쓰는 그 힘을 후반으로 문제없이 가져갔을 때를 가정하면 뭐 그때는 괜찮았는데 이미 나가고 있습니다. 이거 조금씩 막막.
아니 저 트위치 유미를 막을 수 있는 챔피언이 단 한 가지도 없을 것 같은데요 지금.
다시 보시죠.
아니 이걸
Dip into the replay of Paige just one-shotting aiming out of nowhere.
그냥 찢긴다? 또 저게 소름 돋는 거는
Then the demolish
다른 친구들이 있었어.
takes the tower. TP from Chovy.
죽거나 쫓겨났거나 했을 수도
Really nice. Using TP move speed, slows him with the Q to guarantee the Everfrost, to guarantee the ult, to guarantee the Jack stun, to guarantee the kill.
못할 정도의 그 힘이었습니다. 결국 바텀 쪽에 있는 긴 노력에 끊겼고요. 자, 6대 0을 만들고 있는 순식간에 젠지가 힘을 키우고 있는 상황이 되겠습니다.
와 이게 말 그대로 딜러들의 그러니까
Aiming has actually done 1,400 damage this game. The Trinity Force Zeri really not turning up. I mean, kind of the nature of the draft. Also, losing bot lane that early because of the botch dive just put them in such a bad spot.
자체도 지금 언니끼리 차이가 좀 벌어지고 있는 현재 페이지는 앞장서서
I think Gen G won draft really hard here, and all they had to do is not fall behind. They actually got ahead, and
메이킹으로 극복을
now it's really sad to watch. There's really nothing KT can do.
내리가 풀스펠이고 이러면 피곤합니다.
I think Gen G might even end this game without anyone dying. Like,
피곤합니다.
it's so hard for any of them to die now. They've even got the Mikhails completed onto Delight. So you can't even CC, you can't even land a Maokai route onto Ari Charm onto the Twitch anymore. He's got Cleanse and a Mikhails. Like, the only thing that could possibly kill him. You've got Stopwatch on Chovy and a Banshee's Veil. This guy can't die. Doran actually griefing. Almost dies for no reason. But the Zerial is active, right? And it's now dropped. Yeah, so Zerial is dropped going into this Drake Soul. Doran can just TP back. He did lose his flash. But there's no Maokai ult, no Zerial, no Lulu ult. Very, very difficult for KT to fight. I think the only thing they can do is look to try to start this Baron as Gen G are doing the Dragon. The response to that from Gen G should be that they send 4 people to Baron and have Peanut solo Drake.
여기를 밟힐 없는 거 외에는 없었어요.
The other thing they can do is have Doran solo Drake with TP. But yeah, they're sending 4 people to defend this Baron, and they're just having Peanut soloing Drake, as you can see. This is going to get them Dragon Soul, and then they can also transition into the playing around the Baron, dropping Deep Vision into that top side. Peanut actually has 7 stacks on this Kindred. He's really strong. He's going Gale Force, even more safety. They're all actually building very defensive, except for Paze. Paze is building like an absolute psychopath. But outside of that, they're all building very defensively. With their gold lead and scaling draft, which is probably the best way to build. Like, it just removes ways for KT to like find miracle engages and win. Like, finding a miracle engage is one thing, finding it into Everfrost, Banshees, Mikhail, Gale Force, Stopwatch, it's just not doable. There's just no way. Doran jumping onto BDD, gets his ult out for nothing. This tower's gonna drop. This game is all but over, just like the last one. Gen G, once Gen G get ahead in these drafts that scale well, they look really, really difficult to stop. It's really weird that they were drafting in ways at MSI that was causing them to be outscaled, and it was making them need to do things, and when Gen G were trying to force things, that's what was their downfall. Whereas here, when they don't need to force anything, they're basically just cruising to the finish line now. They've already done the hard work. They've already earned the money and spent it on the plane tickets, and now they're just along for the ride, you know? Like, complete vision control for Gen G. KT have no idea what's going on. They actually commit the Twitch ult. Doesn't really get much other than some summoner spells, but that now having no summoners on the Renekton, no way he can flash engage. No flash on the Lulu, she's a lot less safe. They can maybe walk back over to this Baron and start it up. Once again, the only way KT can really win is a Baron flip. So Gen G just not taking the Baron flip. They just don't stop. Oh, Doran with the... Wait. When I see Gen G Gragas, I always think it's Doran. Chovy with the engage. And that should be a Baron. They can chase down Kuz, kill him, and then just start the Nash. Chovy zoning BDD away. I don't think he's gonna die. BDD has ult. Yeah, he's not gonna die. But they can start up the Baron. Genji gonna get the Baron, and that should be game. Even if they don't end, there's an Elder in 3 minutes, which is... I think KT's last bastion of hope is hold on until this Elder and somehow win a fight. But they haven't managed to kill anybody, and I don't think they will. It's too difficult. Doran now... This is actually a really good game for the Zhonyas on Jax. Like, just building defensive, making it so that you can't die. Chovy also going for the Zhonyas, just building full defensive. Gale Force is going to be completed in base when Kindred recalls. Twitch probably going Gale Force as well. Big engage from Chovy. It's so hard to navigate, like, not letting them get the Baron as KT when you have no vision anywhere. You see that the entire vision is just controlled by Genji. Everything but the Nexus is the state of this game right now. All that's left, the Nexus is just a formality, I think. Yeah, no Mythic on Pace. He went Hurricane instead of Gale Force. All of Gen G seem to get the picture that you're this far ahead, you just build defensive and you can't lose. Pace is like, nah bro. Nah. Bulk collect the Hurricane, mate. Pace is such a giga chad. He's like the most confident rookie I've ever seen. Genji just gonna march these waves into the turrets now. This is pretty decent macro by Genji. What they're doing is they're using this bot wave as a distraction, and now they're gonna rotate into the mid wave, into the wave that Chovy brought. They actually did this last game as well. They have really good like sequencing of minion waves, and then they're gonna crash this wave in, and Doran's gonna bring the next one. So you see they're crashing the mid wave, and KT have to respond to it, but Doran's brought the next wave, and now they can rotate back onto this bot wave, and they'll just do this over and over again. So now... Oh, they're actually fighting. But yeah, they can just continue to do this. Doran has a stopwatch, I think, so there's no way he can die. He also has his flash. Yeah, but mid's cracked open. There's going to be another bot wave coming. Chovy with the ult. Lehens is just dead. Doran's TP back in. This is going to be the end of the game. It's going to be a nice 2-1 victory for Genji. Peanut going to ult himself. And now Yuumi going to ult, I think, to heal up Peanut. Oh, Yuumi already ulted, actually. They're trying to kill them in their fountain. And Genji with a deathless game. Genji actually get the deathless game. Well, this is what it looks like. Oh, Paze actually doesn't die. This is what it looks like when you get ahead with a draft that hard outscales. Like, it just feels like you can't lose as long as you don't make mistakes. And Genji, from ahead, with these scaling comps, might be the best team in the world at not throwing it. Problem is when they put themselves in situations when they need to get ahead, as we saw in the first game. But these last two games, so controlled, so steady, so difficult for AT to do anything. Really well played by Genji. I like to see that. Okay, now we got Hanwha versus T1. Hanwha Life Esports versus T1. Go back a bit so that I can have a really defined start to my video. So this is actually an interesting rematch between Faker and Zeka. This is the World Championship Finals mid lane rematch. Faker versus Zeka once again. Jumping into drafting game 1. We've got Hanwha on blue side. Let's see how the bans go. Let's see if I can turn the quality up a bit. It looks a bit... Yeah, it's on 720p. Turn it up to 1080. Oh, it looked a little bit blurry. There we go. Look at Kingen. Looking good in 1080p. There's your World Championship Finals MVP. Also a rematch for Zeus and Kingen. Okay, K'Sante gone. Let's see if we get rid of Gragas, Nico, and Milio. There's Nico on red side. Nico's extremely flexible. Support, solo lane, jungle.
둬야 되는데.
예. 그걸 깨고 증명한다는 게 쉽지 않은 일이에요, 사실. 예.
그렇게 되니까 필벤이라는 얘기가
There's
나오고
Yumi gone. Okay.
이렇게 잘립니다.
There's still Gragas Melio.
그렇죠. 그렇게 되면은 이제 밀리오 나의 티어가 조금 올라가겠죠.
Well, no Melio.
보통 이거 나눠서 벤. 아무래도 스플릿 초반이라 그런지 이게 벤에 대해서 굉장히 신중합니다, 다들.
와, 그래서 뭐 여전히 좋은 픽들은 많이 남아 있고요.
네.
이제 하나생명이 원하는 픽을 가져가는 빌드업을 슬슬 이제 하고 있을 텐데 이거 먹자 살면 이제 그렇다면 그 외의 것들은 좀 잘라 나가야겠죠.
예.
분명 애니가 가져다주는 뱀픽적인 난이도를 플레이도 그렇고요.
Annie's gone from blue side.
낮춰주는 효과가 있습니다.
뭘 풀어주나요? 지금 뭐 제리는
And Zeri's gone.
이런 상황에서 뭐 팀마다 좀 의견이 갈린다고 말씀은 드렸지만 여전히 루나
So Gragas B1.
네.
그리고 뭐 바이를 선택하는 팀들도 상당히 있었는데
네.
Vi B1.
보다는 다 바이 쪽으로 간대요, 그러니까.
Cassante down. You can do something like Gragas plus.
그리고 바이가 지금 정글에서 압도적 1황입니다. 뱀픽.
결국 원딜을 확실하게 견제.
Straight into Jace with Vi open. Wow.
나왔다는 건
Very
이제 다른 나무게
예, 그렇죠. 나무는 나무인데 보통
very risky. This is probably. Surely this will end up being. I mean, I know it's Zeus, but this might end up being a mid lane Jace. I feel like top Jace is so vulnerable into Vi. Maokai, good response, but now they can Silas, and it's Zeka as well. I think Silas is really, really good for Hanwha Life now. The one thing is that Silas does get smashed by Jace in mid lane. That is one dynamic that you need to watch out for. Aphelios into Jace, really bad. Aphelios into Jace, really bad. Now you can continue drafting high range on T1 with Disengage. You can go things like Fake as Azir, Ari as well. Ari Vi, obviously a potent combo. I think if you keep drafting high range Disengage tools, you can do things like Azir in mid, you could do Lissandra to withstand the Ari Vi. And then in bot lane, you do something like you could go Sivir, you could go Ezreal. Okay, straight into the Jax. So they are playing Jace mid, and they're blinding Jax. So now they're probably going to ban out the Gragas and maybe the Kennen. Yeah, there's the Gragas. Maybe I think they should probably ban the Poppy as well. I think Poppy is more of a king and champ than Kennen. I don't remember king and playing Kennen.
이거는 그래서 T1이 약간 바텀 선수들의 자신감도 엿보이는 것 같아요. 우리 뭐 원딜 밴이든 서포 밴이든 많이 당해도
Lucian gone, okay.
다 밴 안 돼.
그래서 그중에서는 뭐 이 루시안에 대한 경계를 좀 하고
I'd expect T1 will pick AD on 4 and then counter support on 5, but their draft order is really odd.
상황에 따라서 언제나 바루스가
Breaking their own flex is really bad. Blinding top lane for no reason is really bad.
질러주는 그런 제이스와 더불어서 또 그런 힘을 보여줄 가능성을 하나섬 e스포츠도 얼마만큼 인지하고 있을지. 팬
Tom Kench. Okay, they're banning the Tom Kench because they're playing the Vi. That's a reasonable ban, actually, from Hanwha. Like, something like Senna Tom Kench could have been really nice into the Aphelios as well. But the Tom Kench is gone. They're going support blind. Why are you blinding the support? This makes no sense. I mean, Rakan signals Xayah, right? And Xayah is actually good into the Vi Aphelios Ari that we're seeing. So I think you need Lulu on blue. I'm surprised they didn't actually ban Lulu. I'm more surprised they didn't ban another top laner. I don't think Nautilus helps them that much. Scion into the Jax. I mean, it's a losing lane, but scales pretty well. So does Jax. I don't think the Scion's good here.
잭스가 충분히 크기 전에 우리가 먼저 주도하면 된다라고 생각할 때가 많죠.
그렇죠. 그리고 또 라인전에서 사이언이 생각보다
Blue side Scion as well. Like red side Scion's more powerful because of the BDS dive.
때는 아닙니다.
그래서 방패를 선택했던 하나섬 e스포츠.
And there's the Lulu. That's what we expected.
룰루를 좀 준비를 해보.
이렇게 되면 다소
I think Xayah wins draft for T1, to be honest.
라이프 하면은 다소 극단적인
I think both of these teams drafted really badly, which is a stark contrast to the previous series where both teams were actually drafting pretty well
자야.
overall.
아이도 있고 심지어.
I think Xayah just wins you the draft.
기능이 좀 꺾인다고 이런 얘기도 있었는데.
바루스 라칸
Jin? Why is it Jin?
지는 사실
You're playing Jin into Vi with nothing that stops it. You're playing Jace into Vi with nothing that stops it. I think Hanwha at both of these drafts are so bad. I mean, the one thing is that Aphelios can never hit anyone, right? He can hit Maokai, but he doesn't really care. Jax is in E. Jace is across the screen in Narnia. Jin is across the screen in Narnia. Very low magic damage on the side of T1. So Sion stacking armor kinda does a lot, but I think he also it's a relatively low damage combo overall, actually. I think Sion can become a bit of a god tank this game. I really don't like either of the drafts. Which draft do I hate more? I think the power of the REVI here is quite potent. So I think I dislike T1's draft more. But these teams are really just saying, like, listen, Jax is broken. Which, it is broken, don't get me wrong, but there are things that beat it. Like, the Gragas really good into it, the Poppy really good into it. We've seen this with Kana's Poppy into Birdall's Jax. I think we have to see Demonic come out of Oda here. They need that magic damage. Otherwise, this Sion is going to become a complete god.
밝은 면과 어두운 면이 있을 거잖아요. 밝은 면은 결국 아까 훈이에서 말씀대로 라인전에서 좀 더 압박도 넣을 수 있을 뿐더러 상체와의 시너지, 애초에 아군과의 시너지를 더하는 데 있어서 원딜 치고는 정말로 그쪽에 같이 호응할 수 있는.
There's not a lot of resistance to this Ahri Vi. Like, Vi is really easy to draft into, but T1 just didn't.
단지 어두운 면으로 가게 되면 진이다 보니까 일단 클리드 입장에선 그리고 애초에 하나생명의 일종의 돌진 조합 입장에서는 완전 신났습니다. 이거 잘만 풀리면 진 넌 그냥 바로 죽어 그냥. 약간 이렇게 되거든요.
그렇죠. 그러니까 보통 원딜이 라스트맨 스탠딩이라고 하잖아요. 최후의 수호자, 라스트가 파이널 가디언. 지는 그런 느낌이 아닙니다. 네. 그렇기 때문에 의존도가
Early invade from Ona and Zeus. They're actually going to find Clid here. Clid pushed off his wolves. Gonna go over to his chickens. The problem they have is that the Jin Rakan are gonna be able to move into the Aphelios Lulu, I think. So it's not even like Clid can do his bot side into enemy top, enemy bot side, sorry. So Maokai might actually get 3 quadrants here. That's really, really bad for the Vi. Now the Vi will still get level 3 off of the 3 camps, obviously. That's not the end of the world. Like, Vi only really needs level 3 to start doing stuff. Faker using a lot of mana there. Ooh, Faker actually losing out in this mid lane now. The main problem for Hanwha is just how far behind Lid is now. Very, very far behind, and the winning component of Hanwha's draft is this Ahri Vi being able to do things in bottom top lane, like move the Ahri and the Vi around, use the Ahri Vi to get Cryo in the mid lane, move it around and affect the side lanes, but that's not going to happen with Vi being this far behind. Now, to make sure that Ona can secure his bot side, he actually leaves up the Gromp and goes straight into his bot side. Now, Vi's looking for it. Obviously, doesn't assume that the Gromp is still up and wants to go and get the enemy bot side. Ona does have Smite, as does Clid. But it's much easier for Guma Carrier to move here, I think, and Clid realizes that he's just kind of getting jungle gapped this game. Ona's really, really putting on a clinic. It's gonna be difficult. Ahri can move. Ona actually gets it. Gumayushi does not manage to get onto the 4th shot in time to take out Vi, but Vi denied any form of camp, and Zeus going for this proxy into recall. Gonna get a really good base for himself. T1 looking really good already. Vi probably able to get this Gromp. Might actually be able to orchestrate a dive here. No cleanse on the Jhin, but... Can T1 bot lane get level 3 before... Yeah, they do. Gumayushi level 3. I think that makes it really difficult. Vi just going to get the consolation prize of the Gromp. That's all she can get for herself. And Maokai, taking his topside jungle, might look to move with the strength that since Kingan's going to want a base to not have a massive item disadvantage, might look to move with Zeus and take the topside jungle away from Vi again. Vi set really far behind and not able to do much in this early game. He's going to get the top crab, or is he going to ignore it and go straight into the top side? No, he's taking the crab. Okay, the Gromp is still level 1. But the Wolves worth more than the Gromp. We'll see if he actually goes for the Wolves or if he just goes for the gank at the top side. It is warded, so Kingan should be fine. Kingan absolutely fine. He's just going to start sequencing his own camps down towards bot. It's actually really nice that his camps are coming up in exactly the right order. It's Krugs and then Chickens and then Wolves and then Gromp, and then he's going to be hovering around bot. I'm assuming Zeus has a big wave to collect, because he was ahead of Kingan, but now he's down in CS. Yeah, he has a little bit of a wave. Kingan actually, considering Zeus has had an extra base on it, Kingan's doing really well. But with the wave state, I think Kingan's going to have to TP here. Zeus still holding his TP, can look to trade his health and mana for Kingan's health, and then base TP himself and have a health and item lead. He's basing already. He doesn't want to make that trade. I guess he's calling that Sion would be able to crash the wave after the trade. And would no longer have the freeze. He'd rather have full health, full mana, and the freeze here. Zeka actually so far having a pretty good split. He had a really nice Gragas game, which Gragas is a champion that's plagued him. Ona flashing over the wall. Very aggressive from Ona. Cleanse available for Viper, but no summoners on life. This Lulu is as good as dead. Has to dodge out of the Jhin W, but really well placed. Allows Ona to get in range, forces Lulu back away from the lane, back into the alcove. A really aggressive flash from Ona, but works out for them. Knowing that life has no flash, it's an easy kill for them to pick up. Hill goes on to Gumayushi. He's now going to base and spend that. See if he goes for the lethality route, or if he goes into the Stormrazor Gale Force, or Stormrazor IE. He's going for the Stormrazor. I think that's good. Lethality would make it even harder to kill this Scion. Unless it's Eclipse. I think Eclipse Stormrazor. But even then you would rush the Stormrazor. Yeah, there's just no way out for this Lulu. No flash. No way to live. Nice easy kill for T1. So they're ahead in the early game. They're actually down in CS onto Guma though, but Ona playing an incredible game so far. I think Ona so far is MVP. It's playing so well. Vi gonna sequence her camps into bot. Ona gonna do the same. See which of these teams can pick up the dragon. The Mountain Drake, actually, just the individual Drake, if it goes onto Hanwha life, with T1 being so heavy on physical damage, they can use that and spend their gold on armor and it'll multiply it. So you can see Kingan going for the Sunfire Cape. Gonna be a lot of armor on the side of Hanwha. I think it's much bigger for Hanwha if they get the dragon. So I think it's really big to contest this dragon because T1 really don't want Hanwha to get it, and Hanwha really want to get it. It's a big CS lead in bot lane. And Viper with the cull as well. Going to be generating quite a lot of a gold lead for himself individually. Viper, of course, incredibly strong player. Possibly the best AD carry in the world.
와중에 있어서 하나생명 e스포츠 특히 클리드 선수가 어떤
Zeus trading aggressively onto Kingen. Not much going to come of this. The wave is pushing into Kingen, so I'd expect to see Zeus crash this base potentially. His jungler's not topside, so not a great deal he can do on a wave crash other than base and buy some items.
그 위험한 그 전멸이 없는 타이밍을 이렇게 수비적으로 좀 약간 견뎌내고 있군요. 오너가 자연스럽게 아래쪽으로 흘러.
You can see Ona's looking to get this bot lane killed so that they can help the dragon, but Viper and Life now actually have all their summoner spells. It's going to be a big challenge to actually take them out.
자, 그런 상황에서 계속해서 CS를 이 정도의 격차를 좀 내고 있는 상황이었고. 자, 바이가 아래쪽입니다. 마오카이도
Kingen actually has a freeze. Although it's hard for him to hold it with the Bami Cinder, actually. Because he has to walk into the wave to hold it here, but you can see the Bami Cinder doing a lot of damage to it, and it is going to push back into Zeus no matter what. That's one of the weaknesses of Bami Cinder. It lets tanks wave clear, but it also stops them freezing. Bit of a double-edged sword in that regard. We've got Carrier on the roam. Gonna look to control vision around this dragon, potentially look for a pick on mid. Ari's extremely safe though. Never really gonna die to a Rakan gank. She can just ult out of the way of the ult W from Rakan. Maokai never gonna really be able to get in range to lock her down with W either. Gonna be very difficult for this Ari to die. And they're actually looking to play around the Herald. Now this is Hanwha Life are happy with either, whereas T1 would much prefer the Herald. So Hanwha should be happy to trade Drake for Herald here, I think. Are we going to get a 5-man over Herald again? We see so many of these, and I really think they're very unnecessary. The wave looks fairly neutral in bot lane. I can't actually see it, but I think it might be slow pushing into T1, or is it slow pushing? It might just be a completely neutral wave. So, we'll see it now. Yeah, it's basically neutral. Slightly pushing into Hanwha, but not in any meaningful way. So both AD carries just going to go and collect their waves now. And very strange that they all moved up. It's Herald. And the longer this game goes, I think it slightly favors Hanwha Life if there's no giant gold discrepancies anywhere, because Kingen on this Scion, if he spends the majority of his gold on armor, will become very difficult for T1 to kill. The only champion that's really any good at dealing with tanks is this Jax. But even he's dealing physical damage, so with his Sunder procs. Obviously his W and his ult and his E do magic damage, but it's just the base damage out of those spells. They don't scale particularly well into the game. The Sheen proc, Sunder rather, do a lot of his damage as the game goes later and later. I'd really like to see Zeus pick up the Black Cleaver this game. I think it's pretty much necessary. I think it's very, very bad if he doesn't pick that up second item. It's a very low damage game overall. With the Jhin, with the Scion, Vi, Ahri, Jace as the game goes on, gonna deal less and less damage. Especially with the Ghost Blade instead of the Eclipse. It's gonna make him hit the backline really hard, but the front line really soft. I don't know, soft the opposite of hard. But T1 managed to secure the Mountain Drake, so that is slightly the 8% armor and magic resist not going over to Hanwha, is it? 8 or 9, it's one of those. But it's a lot of armor and magic resist. So it's really good for T1 that Hanwha Life don't manage to secure that. I think it would make it... I think it is the worst individual Drake for Hanwha, or for like T1 to play against. They would hate playing against Mountain Drake. Also puts T1 one Drake towards Dragon Soul, which I think they're probably going to need Dragon Soul to close out this game. Chemtech Dragon spawning next. There's a reasonable potential. It's actually Cloud Soul, which probably not ideal for T1. They want something like a Hex Tech, like an Infernal, that will really help them sort of blast through and close out this game. But, I mean, with Hextech and Infernal being the other two available options, 66% chance of a really good Soul for T1. Stormrazor complete onto Jhin, Stormrazor complete onto Aphelios. Very, very similar in items across the board, really. One item on everyone in the game, except Ahri, but Faker killed out by the Q-Flash from Bai into the ultimate. That's actually the second kill of the game at 14 minutes in a T1 game. Not something you see very often. Doesn't really do much. There's nothing on the map for Hanwha to take with Faker going down. The Faker's just going to respawn and TP back to lane. Viper actually not firing the shot from his ultimate. Strange. He used the Calibrum ultimate, right? But he didn't fire the shot when it hit Gumayushi.
원딜인데 그 유치를 충분히 활용할 수 있을 만한 상황도 좀 덜 나오는 지금 이 그림 속에
Big damage out of Faker. This is what I'm talking about. He'll hit the backline very hard with this Ghost Blade, especially on the 13-10 patch. But the 13-11 patch nerfs that pretty hard. Oh, he's trying to get Owner to drag the buff into the wall so Faker can hop over, but not able to do it. Faker losing his flash as a result. Owner could have potentially knocked the buff with his Q closer to Faker, rather than trying to drag it. But yeah, you can see the potency of this Ahri Vi onto a vulnerable champ like the Jace. I thought they would have used this a lot more than they have, though. And Jhin, while he is extremely low damage, eventually he gets to a point where he's actually very high damage. It's like he gets this critical mass of items, around 4 items, where he's got a Stormrazor, an Infinity Edge, like a Rapid Fire Cannon, and a Lord Doms, and he really starts like blasting you just over and over. But like one item he's quite strong, and then 2 and 3 item he's really quite weak individually. And then hyper late game he gets strong again. Okay. Nothing going down here. Big wave in bot side that T1 need to respond to. They can't afford dropping this much XP and gold. Herald up in 40 seconds. We'll see what happens around this, but Drake is up. T1 can potentially trade Drake for Herald. Would give Hanwha a reasonable gold lead, but would put T1 a couple of Drakes away from Soul. Looks like Klid's actually started up the Drake. King and TPing in from base. Might look to use the Scion ult to get down towards this Drake if T1 try to contest, but they're not going to. So I'd imagine T1 are going to push all their members into topside now and look to take this Herald as a response. Yeah, here we go. They're going to start up the Herald. And it's quite hard for Hanwha to approach with the Maokai ult. The only tool they really have to get through it is if Vi can be in ult range, she can ult through it and clear a path. Also, Scion can ult through it and clear a path. Or he can just block it and take some damage as well. So we get the Drake for Herald trade, but the opposite way around. It's Ocean Soul. I don't know why I forgot about Ocean. I was saying that Infernal and Hextech were the other options. Obviously, Ocean option as well. Ocean is very, very good for Hanwha Life, actually. It's good for both teams with these low damage drafts. But Hanwha Life are going to be really hard to kill if they get an Ocean Soul. Trading Vile Lulu ult for the flash out of Owner. I think that's a win for Hanwha. Everything's going to be up to the next Dragon, I think. Actually, Ona's flash is going to be down. Just.
자, 그렇게 되면서 1대1뿐만 아니라 드래곤도 1대1 맞춰놨고 골드 차이는 크게 안 납니다만 상대편에게 일단 전면의 공격을 또 하나 줬습니다. 오너에게. 계속해서
Very, very slow game here.
라이프가 자신 있게 지금 미드 쪽을 또 두드려주고 있는 상황입니다.
이 아펠룰루 쪽이 주도권을 너무 꽉 잡고 있어가지고
네.
피아장학 쪽에서 무조건적으로 하나생명이 이득을 가져갈 수밖에 없는 상황에 놓여서
그렇죠.
T1 쪽이 어떻게든 한번 끊어줘야 될 것 같은데요.
사실 사이드에서도 사이온 자체가 원래 내성
A nice little cue, Zeus there.
제 역할을 잘해주는 것도 맞는데 애초에 저희가 계속 강조하는 게 아래쪽에 주도권이나 시야장악 상황 자체가 하나생명이 유리하다고 말씀드리잖아요.
그렇죠.
I would expect something is going to happen at 320. These teams are both going to want to be the team ahead in Dragon Stack.
그러니까 이런 그림이 그려졌었을 때
It's a very, very impactful soul with the Ocean when neither team really has any massive source of damage. I guess Aphelios is the biggest source of damage, but the Ahri kind of having a tank and an Ahri kind of mitigates that a bit.
그렇죠. 오히려 조금 더 좋다고 볼 수도 있고. 근데 이제 뭔가 자꾸 상대가 공격하고 T1은 좀 이렇게 방어만 하는 분위기다 보니까
Herald dropped into mid lane. This is going to break open the turret. I think the turret's going to live on maybe one hit, as long as someone hits it.
멀리서 쏘면서 마오카이가 가드해주고
Clid actually engaging. I think this might be risky from him. No flash on the Maokai. Maybe that's what they're trying to abuse. Sion ulting in, but has to flash out, and Zeus responds with the TP. No flash on this Sion. They can just go on him, but the Lulu ult keeps him alive, and already the Sion, a bit of a god tank. Oh, Maokai trying to W under the Sion Q, but gets immediately killed out. And Zeus with a huge flash E! Stuns 4 people, kills 2. And this should be, even though it's a 2-for-2 trade, this should be the turret going down in T1's favour. Really big play from Zeus there. The gold going on to Jin and Jace, whereas for Hanwha Life it's going on to Vi and Ahri. Not ideal. You'd want it to be going on to this Aphelios.
플레이가 되게 좋았죠.
다시 보실까요? 일단 전력 풀고 이 부분에 대한 대비를 하기 위해서 왔는데
사실 마오카이가 지금 전멸이 없어서 그 부분을 노릴 것 같은데 확실하게 CC 연계가 잘 안 되고 오너의 무빙이 환상적이었죠.
이속이 워낙 빠르니까 매혹을 피하면서 상황을 만들었고 결국 킹겐이 빨려 들어간 상황에서 근데 사이온이다 보니까 또 버티거든요.
네.
여기서 다시 매혹 들어가고 마오카이 비연해서 들어갈 수밖에 없었어요.
그렇죠.
네. 자, 뒤쪽에서 페이커 설계 킹이 일단 바이퍼를 뒤로 밀려냈는데 여기서
데미지를 되게 잘 넣어줬고요.
그렇죠. 제우스가 갈 때 가더라도 시선이나 다 어그로도 다 끌어가지고
그러니까 결국에는 탑 1차랑 미드 1차를
It's probably the most excitement we've had all day. There's that little scrap around mid lane, and they're not even fighting over anything. They're just fighting over mid T1.
이후에 2대2 교환까지 완료를 했습니다. 자, 그래서 미드 1차를 날렸던
So yeah, Faker dealing a lot of damage for now. That's going to start falling off. Viper obviously is the highest damage champion in the game. After him, it's probably Zeus once he gets some items. Nice to see that Zeus is going for the Black Cleaver. I think that's definitely needed. You've already seen in that last little scrap how strong of a tank this Sion is. He's so hard to get through from the side of T1. So the Black Cleaver really going to help mitigate that. As is the Cyrilda's Grudge coming in for Jace, and you'd expect to see a Lord Dominic's next on Jin. Maokai, as I said at the start of the game, needs to buy Demonic. They need some source of magic damage, so he's going Demonic here. Probably going to go for the Radiant Virtue next, I think. But we might see the Even Shroud as well.
그렇게 힘이 다 차 있었을
Actually, it will be the Radiant Virtue, right? The Giant's Belt.
의미가 있을 것 같은데.
이제 여기서부터
Does Giant's Belt build into Radiant?
나와 있으면 되게 기분 괜찮은 거예요.
아.
근데 상대 정글 쪽에도 적절히
I don't actually know the build path. Radiant, I never buy that item. It's terrible on every champion that I play.
자, 이번 용이 일단 등장을 했고.
그러니까 벌써부터 지금 포지션 자체가 T1이 전 용이랑 되게 상반되죠.
네.
지금 강가까지 나와가지고 너네
We'll see.
맞아 이거거든요.
So both teams trying to set up around this dragon. Now the Ocean Rift actually giving that extra bush is quite nice for Hanwha approaching from the bot side. Normally approaching from the bottom side of dragon is
입장에서는
quite difficult, but with this extra bush you can actually drag the dragon into the bush as they've done. And you can start taking it inside this bush.
판단을 한번 해보고
Now the dragon resetting and T1 now in a good position with Keria in the pit on a control ward. Manages to get the Banshee's Veil out of Zeka really big.
드래곤 자체는 생각보다
Zeka no longer has that tool to keep himself safe from things like the Maokai ultimate, or maybe a shock blast landing onto his face to chunk him out.
되게 잘
Now, Hanwha really want to take this Drake. Viper with really good gun management. He's got his blue gun on low ammo so that he can use the Q and switch to another gun in the fight. He's setting up his Calibrum onto that ammo as well. So he uses the Q here. Zeus taking out Clid, actually. He might die here. Clid forced out, but he's hit by the Maokai ult and the Jin ult. And Clid is down, and that should be the dragon over to T1. Really sloppy execution from the side of Hanwha. Clid just out of position on the flank for no reason and gets taken out by Zeus. That'll be the second dragon of the game. At 24 minutes is T1's second dragon. We might be in for a long one here. Yeah, you can see here, Clid, there's just no reason to be up there. He feels safe because he's walked in over this control ward, but like, there's no way he's going to find a flank that way around. And instead just walks into Zeus, who's checking for someone. He's like marking the flank. And obviously the Jack's a lot stronger than the Vi. Pushes Vi into a situation he can't get out of, and with no jungle, the Drake's as good as gone. T1. Oh, Faker hit by the charm right outside the Baron. If Hanwha win a fight here, it almost guarantees them the objective. But the return kill onto Vi. Actually, no. Vi lives. And now they might kill Maokai as well, and this will be a Baron over to Hanwha life. Zeus going to hop out over the wall, and Hanwha can start this up. 1,000,000 chakrams on Viper. Okay, they're gone, right? But, you know. He had 1,000,000 chakrams. Just not anymore. Really hard for Kerry, Aguma, and Zeus to do anything. Zeka? Zeka just standing still. It's hit by the Jaxi. They turn off the Baron, trying to kill out Carrier now. He's going to go down to Viper. Gale forces to secure the kill. I think Hanwha can just start this up again. They're actually going to back off with Faker and Ona respawning. A big gold swing over to Hanwha life now. I feel like you can almost tell from the gameplay that these are two bad drafts. Like, everyone's trying to kill everyone and no one's dying, you know? There's like no damage on either team. The only person dealing any damage this entire time is Viper. And Hanwha win just off of that alone. Like, Viper's the only person in the game doing anything. Really weird that Zeka just stands still and gets E'd here. I think he could have just been hitting Baron with his team, but I guess he's trying to mark Zeus on the flank, but also recalling for no reason. I'm not entirely sure what Zeka was doing. It will be the Lord Dominic's onto Jin, it will be the Cyrildas onto Jace. Once Jin gets this Lord Doms, he actually starts to deal some damage, which is really necessary for T1. They need this Jin to be dealing some damage already. Please just come online. Please just do something. But you can see Sion's itemization. It's all so brown, and whenever you see these brown items, you know this guy's got a lot of armor. I feel like all the armor items except Frozen Heart just have brown icons. The Randuin's, Thornmail, the Abby's, Sunfire, Bramble Vest there. Like, this guy has so much armor, and it's so hard for T1 to blast through it with the Jace, the Jax, and the Jin. The only person who's really dealing any meaningful damage to the Sion right now is the Maokai, and that alone isn't enough to take down this huge tank in the front line. I mean, they get a pick onto Sion, but do they have enough damage to kill him? Oh, they turn straight onto Viper. But there's a TP in the back from Zeka. Can Zeka land a pivotal charm here? Oh, Zeus going forward away from Zeka. Really nice by T1. They move the fight away from the TP, and a good stopwatch from Zeka saves them from the return kill off of the Sion Q. Yeah, T1 with really good presence of mind to actually move forward away from Zeka's TP there, and essentially fight a 5v4 rather than getting flanked into a 5v5. Really good by T1, and they're going to turn onto the Baron now. And, there's no Sion ult, there's no Vial, there's no Ariel. I'm not sure how Hanwha are going to be able to approach this. I don't think they can, actually. I don't think there's any way. Only a Miracle Steal, but it's being blocked. He gets it and he gets it! Oh my god, it's a disaster for T1. It's actually a disaster, and T1 lose a Baron again. The T1 special. All they had to do there was mark the Vi, but they let him in, and he gets the 50-50 smite, and what started as an amazing play by T1 turns into a catastrophe. The Baron goes over to Hanwha.
사이온을 노려봤는데 아페르도 빠져나가고 사이온도 살아가지고 오히려 싸먹힐 뻔했어요. 근데 여기서 제우스가
This was really nice by Zeus, though.
그리고 잭스가 위험해요. 와, 이것도 그렇죠. 바이 입장에서도 주먹이 전부인데 저거 수당하면 정말 열받거든요.
그래서 이전투를 바탕으로 해서 바론을 쳤는데
여기서 라칸의 스킬을 피해준 점 마이크로 나눈 피지컬 컨트롤이 대박이었어요.
아마 진 4타로 같이 이제 강타 시간을 본것 같은데.
T1 first on the Drake. It is hard to approach Drake for Hanwha. Like I said, the only two things they have that can go through Maokail is the Vial and... Sorry, and the Sional. Ari can go over the wall here. Oh, gets the charm, but it's already gone. And T1 should look to disengage here. I don't know if they can, though. They're trapped in the pit, and the Aphelios Oak comes in, hits two people, and Viper with 1,000,000 chakrams is going to melt T1 here. Yeah, Zeus is just going to die. Viper, so many chakrams. Red, white, don't fight. T1 didn't get the memo. Now with the Baron buff, they can push into the base. You can potentially take an inhib here. Oh, Guma's smacked by a Q. Does literally no damage. Just gonna take the T2 and back off. You can see how impactful it is just having the Aphelios being able to deal damage, whereas no one on T1 really does any. But if Aphelios dies, no one on Hanwha does any damage either. So weird watching this game where no one does any damage except for Viper.
그럼 다 녹이죠. 그리고 이 상황에서 진은 할 수 있는 게 없습니다. 진은
T1 now one Drake away from Soul, though, and if they get Ocean Soul with these drafts where there's such little damage on both sides, I think, especially like Jax, Maokai, they're going to be so hard to kill. Frozen Heart looking like it's... Actually, no, it's going to be a Randuin's Omen to reduce the crit damage from the Aphelios. Onan noticing that only the Aphelios is really dealing any damage and building solely against him. Someone not getting too much with this Baron, actually losing the Dragon, gaining 2,000 gold from a couple of kills in a mid T2. Zeus taking the tower back on the bot side. Building into this Zhonya's I actually like, not for any defensive purposes. I mean, it gives him a lot of utility in the teamfight, being able to like Zhonya's a Vial or something, or a Charm or something. But it also skews his damage slightly more towards magic, which is really good when, as you can see, the Scion with Mythic into Armor, Armor, and Armor Boots. Scion is not building any magic resist. And I don't think he will build any. Like, I don't think the Zhonya's alone is enough to warrant magic resist Scion. He might get a stone plate next, maybe, and that will have some magic resist on it.
영역은 지금 하나씩 보니까 좀 많이 넓혀놨습니다.
그러니까 꽝한타의 리스크는 아까보다 훨씬 커졌다는 거예요. T1 입장에서 보면.
아 예.
이제는 진짜로 좀 전술적으로 더 철저하게 플레이해야 됩니다.
그래도 좋은 호재는 T1 쪽에서는 지금 바론과 용 타임이 약간 싱크가 맞는다라고 생각하시면 될 것 같아요. 타이밍 상으로 겹쳤기 때문에 운영적으로 T1이 더 압박을 줄 수 있고.
I think Zeus could potentially buy a Blade of the Ruin King to try and get through this Scion a little bit better. Gonna do like good value against the Vi as well. By building health on both of her items. Most of Ari's items giving health as well.
너무 중요해 보이는 게 상대 어그로를 흡수하면서 어그로 핑퐁을 함과 동시에 아펠리오스 마크하기에도 거의 뭐 잭스의 역할이 너무 큰 것 같아서요. 아펠리오스가 DPS 뿜어내면은 못 이기거든요. 웬만하면 한타 T1 입장에서.
Yeah, see, Zeus is just not damaging this guy. Like, eventually, given enough time, Zeus will kill him. But Scion kind of just ignoring him for the most part. The main thing is that Zeus needs to hit him in team fights to apply 6 stacks of Black Cleaver, so that Jin, once he gets this Bloodthirster, Jin's actually going to be able to do some damage. Interesting that Jin went with the Gale Force. I think Jin could just go IE here. There's not a lot that he actually needs to Gale Force out of. Just go IE for more damage.
미드에서 움직일 수 있는 반경 자체가 훨씬 더 넓거든요. 그렇죠. 그거를 절대적으로 놓치지 않아야 돼요.
아까 이득 본 걸 바탕으로 미드 고속도로를 뚫어놓은 게 진짜 큰 힘이 된다는 얘기고
네.
물론 애초에 차이가 거의 없고
네.
애초에 오브젝트 위주로만 따지면 T1이 더 괜찮은 거잖아요 지금 흐름이.
그러니까요.
그래서 하나생명 입장에선 뭔가 게임은 좀 편하고 좀 기분은 좋은 것 같은데 막상 실속이 그렇게 있진 않거든요 당장은. 뭐 엄청 게임을 벌려놓거나 그런 건 전혀 아니니까.
예. 그러니까 마지막에 뭔가 전투에서 살짝 웃는 장면들이 있었는데 말씀하신 대로 그 다음에 웃는 게 좀 더 눈에 보이진 않았으니까.
Alright, we've got Baron and Drake spawning at the same time. This favors T1 because T1 being on Soul Point, they're happy with either. Oh, Zeus might be caught, but he does have Zhonya's. Oh, he's hit by the charm. He's dead. He's Zhonya's, but I don't think it saves him. He doesn't have flash. He can't queue out. And that should get the dragon onto Hanwha. I don't think T1 can four-man the Drake, and they can just take the dragon away and deny the soul. What should have been a really good setup for T1 with Baron and Dragon spawning at the same time backfires because Zeus gets caught. And what should happen here is that T1 can threaten to take a trade. They're going to try it anyway. I think they're just giving Baron by trying this. They basically just leashed it for Hanwha, and Hanwha just swoop in and say thank you very much for dealing 8,000 damage to this Baron. We're going to take it now. Now Zeus can TP back in, but not for 30 seconds. Faker needs to land some big shock blasts, and Gumayushi landing some ultimates, but it's not going to deal any damage. Let's see if Ona can repeat Klid's play from earlier and steal the Baron away. He does! He steals it! This is a game of Baron steals. Can Ona get out? Does he have? He doesn't have flash. He already flashed in, so Ona's dead. What a ridiculous game. What awful gameplay and awful drafting. What is happening this series? I feel like I'm watching LCS. Honestly. After the KT Gen G game where Gen G played so clinically, so clean, so crisp, so delicious. And now we get this. 2 Baron steals, the worst drafts in the world. No one dealing any damage to anyone. Like, Ona's alone in the pit, and it still takes him like 10 seconds to die. Bloodthirster completed for both carries. They're literally copying each other's build. Even down to the stopwatch. Hearthbound Axe on Zeus. It's going to be a wit's end to block the magic damage from... the magic damage from... Sunfire Cape on Kingen? Maybe? Thornmail on Kingen? To be fair, the Sunfire and the Thornmail does hurt Zeus when he's hitting Kingen. It does do a lot of damage. You watch this Sunfire in the inventory, I mean, Kingen might just die here, but it's going to stack up to like 100 damage. 98 damage there. Kingen forced to flash and ult. And the towers are just going to drop with the Baron buff. Zeka threatening to trade on the bot side, but I think T1 win this base race. You got a base, Zeka. The inhib goes down. And that top inhib being down on the Dragon Soul spawn for T1 is huge. They're going to be getting so much pressure in top lane on the complete opposite side of the map to the objective that could win them the game. That's really massive. Faker now on a Spear of Shojin. Knight's Vow onto Carrier. I'm assuming he's put that on Gumayushi. A little bit weird. I think in these giant Death Ball fights, I think you would always get more value out of Redemption than Knight's Vow. I think you could just drop Redemption on everyone's head. And dealing 10% of Sion's health as true damage is no laughing matter right now. As well as healing his team. Like, dealing 10% of Vi's health as true damage also. Sion just continuing to build armor. This guy's relentless. I think Frozen Heart would be better than Randuin's right now. Like, Jin's the only one critting him, and Jax relies heavily on his attack speed. Also, the haste will give him more Ws, which is probably more tankiness than crit reduction. Like, the Sion W is blocking probably 1.5k damage right now.
일단은 타워를 깨냐 마냐.
There goes another tower, but there's a flank. T1 don't know.
그래서
T1 don't know. They don't see Clid. But he's only going to hit carrier here. Flashes. Gumayushi stopwatches the Vial.
이 다음에 봐야 될 것 같아.
And here comes Zeus. Vi is very dead here. No way out for her. No flash. She's gone. And Vi's actually dead for the Dragon Soul. This all but confirms it for T1. I hope they don't go too aggressive and throw the massive advantage they've already gotten for themselves, because this should be, by all rights, this should be a free Dragon Soul for T1.
막 중간중간 있기 때문에 그런 걸 잘 활용하면 실제로 싸먹는다는 게 쉬운 건 아니거든요.
I wonder how much health that tower's on. It looks like it's on 3 health. Gumayushi's trolling. Oh my god, he nearly dies and gives away the free Dragon Soul that
초담 상황에서 저런 거 죽으면 진짜
they've earned themselves. What is T1 doing right now, though? They keep getting themselves in good situations and then throwing it. They're playing really sloppy. Really, really sloppy. I mean, that's great for me. I'm a Dom1 fan. Like, Dom1 could win the league if T1 keep playing like this, so, you know, keep it up, T1. You're doing great, but this is going to be the free Dragon Soul that I talked about. There's no way anyone steals this. No way anyone steals this.
서로 풀템전으로 갈 것 같기도 합니다. 당연히 저렇게 바다용은 먹은 거 T1 입장에서 호재고 여러 가지 조금이라도 더 긍정적인 건 맞는데 아 이런 한타
Clid trying here to get the Q ult onto Gumayushi, but Gale forces out of it. Then Zonya's stopwatches it. Clid goes into the GA, but there's no way out for him. He's just dead.
누구를 확실히 앞뒤로
This is what gives T1 Drake's. Oh, they actually see him. He's on a ward. They drop a ward over the wall and see him. Helps Gumayushi react fast enough.
바이 앞에 화염금 더블 걸었는데 정화 빠졌다.
아 근데 저는 진짜 바이 입장에서 뭐 좀 할라 그러면 주먹질 좀 할라 그러면 띵띵하는 거
T1 now with the Ocean Soul, probably going to start up the Baron. I mean,
정말 첨단 과학이 이제 발전하면서
it's very, very hard for Hanwha to fight now. T1 will just sustain through their damage. The only person that deals any meaningful sort of damage from Hanwha's side, as we've said, is Viper, but now even more so. Like, even the attrition damage from the Scion, from the Vi and the Ahri just doesn't really do anything to T1 anymore now that they have the Ocean Soul. It really is Viper against the world, as it tends to be with these Hanwha Life games. But Hanwha Life actually getting the inside track onto Baron.
전에 빨리 결단을 내리던가 아니면 확실하게 뭐 다른 쪽으로 운영을 돌린다던가 둘 중에 하나 해야 됩니다.
That inhib pressure causing them some difficulties, though.
한타고도가 그래서 정말 심플한 게요.
T1 happy to play this slow for now.
한타가 아주 심플하게 붙자마자 뭔가 승부
Probably looking to get the 5th item onto Gumayushi.
멀리서 쏘든 길게 싸우든 뭐 붙었다 다시 싸우든
Shock Blast after Shock Blast coming out and dealing no damage whatsoever. And Viper is absolutely melting this Baron. It's disappearing. T1 need to do something about it. Viper kills it. But now T1 have the fight. This is the fight that they're looking for. They can't really die with this Infernal, with this Ocean Soul. I think Hanwha might have just won the game. They just pull the trigger on the Baron and T1 have no response.
위험하고 위쪽에서도 지금니까요. 쭉쭉 밀거든요. 바론 버프로.
이거는 진짜 브라보 하나 생명이에요.
밀리나요?
이게 진짜로
밀렸어요.
바로 뺏기면 어떡해? 이랬으면 답 없었습니다.
Very sloppy macro from T1. Just giving Hanwha the Baron, essentially. I think they underestimated how fast Hanwha could take it.
T1도 그 어안이 벙벙할 것 같아요 지금. 그러니까 얘네
그냥 막 하네.
얘네 그냥 되네 이게.
게다가 무슨 뭐 바론 얘기했었을 때 뭐 많이 나왔었던 얘기 중에 하나가 뭐 T1에 뭐 이런 얘기를 했었는데.
그렇죠. 그리고 뭐 시간은 T1 편이다 이런 상황이었는데 그 시간을 왜 줘 이거거든요.
예. 결국 이제 이 돈으로 긁어 담고 있습니다. 지금 남아있는 걸 다 째내고 있어요.
It looked like Clid was trying to cue Zeka out of his teleport there.
되게 기분 좋은 상황인 줄 알았는데 하나 생명의 결단력이 너무 빛을 발했어요.
결국 그 후반 가면은 여러 가지 것들이 좀 더 희석되는 느낌이.
Why am I watching a 43-minute game between two teams that barely deal any damage to each other?
순간순간의 움직임 싸움이나 집중력이나 결단 이런 것들이 워낙 빛나.
I'm slowly going insane here.
영혼이 채워주기 전에 그냥 끝내버리는
그렇죠.
그런 딜이 있으니까.
Zeus now building even tankier,
바다용이 사실
trying to live forever with this Ocean Soul.
템전에서 사실 좀
Hanwha only one inhibitor to crack open now.
아펠한테는 별로 효과.
And if they can crack this inhibitor open, it's going to be... Oh, Chom! As I was saying, it's going to be almost impossible for T1 to contest the Elder Drake, and Ona's just dead. That might be the game. Chom onto Zeus, he's just dead as well. Yep, Hanwha win. Oh, Viper! Stylish. And Hanwha Life win game 1. Eventually. Turns out the team that have a champion that deals damage ends up winning. That might be the worst drafted game from both sides I've ever had the displeasure of watching. And the fact that it took 45 minutes is testament to that. What the hell did we just watch? And you know what? T1 are probably still going to win, so I'm going to have to do 2 more games of it.
슈퍼소이저라고 하잖아요. 진짜 아리 활약 대단했습니다.
그렇습니다. 뭐 매혹으로 만들어냈던 굉장히 명장면이 많이 있었습니다. T1이 LCK 다시 돌아온 이 여름 출발. 그래서 굉장히
Baker's having a little nap.
이어지고 있어요.
그만큼 팀들이 이제 MSI를 보면서 느낀 게 많은 것 같아요. 우리도 진짜 갈고 닦자 할 수 있어. 우리도 분명 저기에 나갈 수 있는 팀이고 우리의 목표는 썸머 내지 롤드컵까지 바라보고 있는 팀들이 많다 보니까 쉽지 않죠.
그러니까요.
Draft gonna start up shortly. Let's see if these teams can draft any better in game 2, because that was atrocious. Okay, T1 on blue side. I really hope the quality of drafting improves, because that was pain. That was absolute pain. Here we go. Game 2 draft. Sante, Nico, Emilio Gragas. See what gets through. They've identified that Vi was the problem. The problem was not that they didn't draft any damage. The problem was definitely Vi. Blitz as well. Blitz was definitely the problem. Nico gone. Been a staple red side ban. Emilio Gragas Casante still open. There goes Maokai. Oda actually played a very, very good early game on Maokai. It seems so long ago now, after that slugfest of a 45-minute game of no one dealing any damage. But Oda's Maokai, I mean Oda's jungling in general, it was basically just fundamental jungling. It was very good. What weird bands. Vi, Blitz, Lulu. So Casante is open, Gragas is open, Emilio is open, Yumi never gets answered, so that's open. Watch them just B1 Aphelios and hurt my soul. Annie band. Okay, so Casante, Gragas, Emilio all open. Emilio on T1. Not bad. Straight into the Zeri. I'm assuming this is going to be the Yumi with the Zeri, with the Yumi being open. And this is actually quite a good angle for the Yumi as well, because the ability to go like Zillion support is no longer there. I would expect the Yumi to come in now, but you can also, if they want priority on Casante, they can take Casante now. They can also take Gragas, and then they can take Yumi on 3, because there's no way T1 are going to take Emilio and Yumi. So they can just leave it. Yeah, so they want Gragas, which is, I think this is good. I think Hanwha Life responding really well to this Emilio B1. Maybe you want something more aggressive like the Lucian. They go Aphelios into Zeri. Oh, no. Casante obviously really good, but Aphelios into Zeri, did we learn nothing from MSI? And the Yumi onto Hanwha Life,
폭발력을 감안했을 때는 이 의미에 대한 생각을 안 할 수가 없는 하나스미 e스포츠.
as expected.
선택할 일단 간 상황입니다.
Now probably looking to ban out junglers for Hanwha Life and looking to ban out top lane answers to the Cassante for T1. So we might see T1 ban Gwen and Jax, and I think we'll see Hanwha ban maybe Wukong, maybe ban out Maokai's already gone. Maybe look to ban out the Sejuani as well. Gnar taken away, so they're thinking it's Cassante mid, which it very well might be Cassante mid. I think you still want to get rid of Jax on blue side. I mean, Gragas is the best answer into Jax, and it's not available. Hanwha Life can also play for the Kindred Gragas synergy as well here, with T1 needing to run into this Zeri.
탑에 대한 카드를 양팀 모두 좀 고민을 많이 하고 있는 상황이 되겠는데요. 하나스미 e스포츠의 마지막 뱅 카드 그리고 T1의 마지막 뱅 카드 한 장씩을 남겨놓고 있습니다.
뭐 사실 상황에 따라 잭스나 혹은 약간 AP 정글 쪽 뭐 이런 것도 배날 수는 있는데 이게 그라가스가 어느 정도 대응이 되니까 그렇죠. 그냥 무난하게
Malphite and Ahri banned away. I don't know what the Malphite really achieves. I don't think it's particularly great for Hanwha.
전판에 사이언을 플레이한 킹겐 선수도 되게 든든하게 잘해줘가지고 그렇죠. 잭스의 무력이 나오진 않았어요.
아 그랬죠?
I suppose T1 are planning on drafting very little damage again, so they're banning out the Malphite. I don't really know, but there's the Wukong ban. Thought that would be a ban from Hanwha Life, to be honest, rather than the T1. Viego here. Viego's good when you have such high range carries. Yeah, pretty good. You can look for a high range carry in mid as well and put the Gragas into top lane. Something like, well, we'll see, but there's like Talia. There's maybe Syndra if T1 go for... Oh, Annie's banned, so T1 are obviously not going to go for Annie. But there's the Sejuani. Again, I thought they might ban that out. Kha'Zix I didn't actually consider, but I don't think Kha'Zix is good at all for T1. Kha'Zix against Yuumi is really griefing, because if you ever Q the person that Yuumi's attached to, they're classed as not isolated. T1 don't ban the Jax, and they just get it anyway. And the Gragas... Well, they're picking Jax into Gragas, so I think this is fine for Hanwha, but they're just going to put the Poppy top. Yeah, they're just going to hard play around this Zeri, and there's no way that... No, Aatrox is not it. Aatrox is not it. The Poppy was so good. Sion is okay, but the Poppy would have been amazing. They're playing Cassante, they're playing Edge, they're playing Jax, and all you have to do is peel your Zeri here, and your Zeri will kill them, and your Viego will clean up. I still think Hanwha are ahead in draft, massively. There's nothing in this game that really threatens Viper, except maybe Zeus on Jax, but there's a Gragas to kick him away. The Sion could have been a Poppy, which would have been insane to kick the Jax away. Are we looking at a Hanwha Life 2-0 over T1? We very well could be. T1 again, drafting a very low amount of damage. And actually, they're all physical again, right? They have Jax, Cassante, Aphelios, so the Sion once again can just stack armor. It's so strange.
두 번째 세트에서도 뭔가를 만들어낼 수 있을 것인지 T1은 블루 진영을 선택을 하면서 밀리오 선픽을 시작해서 코바야시 아펠리우스로 조합을 만들어냈습니다. 하나승리 e스포츠는 제리 의미로 답을 하면서 상체 그 이후에 완성하는 그런 그림을 보여줬습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 양 팀의 승부는 두 번째 세트로 이어졌는데 1대0으로 리드하고 있는 하나승리 e스포츠 기세는 어떨까요? 이어지는 2세트에서 확인해 보시죠.
I think T1 gonna need to establish a lead early. It's kind of a bit like the final game of the KT Genji series that we saw. Anwar stacking in this top bush, trying to prevent anything from happening there, but T1 not going for anything. Oh wait, Zeus might walk in. Oh no! 4-man stun, Viper cleanses, and Zeus is dead. Give it to Viper if you can. Oh. Oh no. It's a disaster. An absolute tragedy.
아이템 사서 깔끔하게 복귀하는 것도 원래 되게 중요하거든요.
아, 네.
네, 그래서 이거는 정말 제일 맛있는 퍼블입니다.
시작이 완전 달라요.
미니언이랑 같이 걸어가요. 늦지도 않아요 라인에.
실제로 되게 날카로운 심리에 노린 게 원래 잭스
This game is set up so well for Viper to carry, and Viper,
이렇게 공격적인
being Viper,
그렇죠.
probably will.
해야지. 그러니까 잭스가 아까
T1 looking for a cheese in the bot lane bush, but Hanwha probably going to respect it, knowing that they
했던 건데.
committed a lot into top side. They've given full pressure over this bot side, and Guma just backs off before Viper even gets to lane.
좋은 출발로 2세트를 시작을 하고 있습니다. 그것도 제리가
오늘 경기 전에 훈이에서라고 여러 가지 얘기하다가 바텀 얘기가 나왔는데
가면 안 돼?
Dead silence in the comms.
야, 개꿀이 다르면.
개꿀이죠.
그렇죠.
네.
크게 달다는 얘기지요. 아까 그 얘기 좀 또해주셔서 너무 궁금하잖아요. 말이
예.
없으니까.
제리 유미는 같이 주면 안 될 것 같다. 그냥 사기다.
I wonder how many times do we have to watch Aphelios lose to Zeri or Jinx before we realize that range counters disengage.
가치가 있잖아요 사실.
그렇죠.
I've-
무슨 뭐
It's not like I've been saying this for like over a year.
허탈한
Oda
마음으로
once again
나오는 경우가 종종
getting into Clid's face, really understanding where Clid is going to be and leveraging his pressure in mid and top lane.
또 크산테의 힘도
Try desperately to get something done early, putting Clid behind again. But I don't think it matters too much if Clid is behind this game. It's not like last game where the Vi really wanted to be ahead to leverage pressure with the Ahri.
세트에서 정말 많이 담당을 해줬던 킹겐의
Clid not allowed any camps here.
주고받네요.
세주아니가 오고 있어요.
Faker misses his Q.
예, 주고받습니다.
And Zeka looking for a solo kill onto Faker. Maybe E flash and oh, he's dead. Zeka dies. First blood over to Ona. Ona in the right place once again. Takes away the red buff. Now goes into his own bot side. And he's just going to be up one camp on Clid. Clid's clear. Slowed down by Zeus as well. And a really strong early game from T1. This is exactly what they need with this draft.
자, 매혹적인 장면들을 미드에서 보여주면서 결국 오너의 세주아니가 도착할 때까지 시간을 잘 벌었던 페이커. 둘의 합작품으로 킬을 미드 쪽에서 만들어냈습니다. 하지만 다시 바로 세타가 복귀한 이후에 라인은 정도 중.
그래서 처음에 뭐 T1 입장에서 보면 약간 사고가 난 거지만
네.
결국에 뭐 전반적으로 다 복구하면서도 바텀에서도 앞에 밀리오가 좋은 압박을 또 이어가고 있고요.
그렇죠.
그래서 오너도 상대편 정글 안쪽을 계속해서 밝혀놓고 있습니다.
근데 저희가 사실 또 제리움이 얘기도 하긴 했는데 저희가 또 크산테 얘기도 했어요. 야 이런 크산테 이거 앞으로 누가 여냐 이런 얘기 했거든요 또.
예.
진짜 이번 판 뭐 둘 다 열려가지고 크산테 대 유미즈 난리 났네요.
재밌는 포인트가 많죠.
네.
이렇게 다 열렸었을 때 과연 어떨까? 아, 뭐 소위 최고 상위 티어
Viper on a base, losing quite a few minions. This wave crash.
와 어쨌든 바텀에서 좋은 성과를 낸 덕분에
Plus the Aphelios Milio being a lot stronger in lane than the Zeri Yumi, but the
압박이 진짜
scaling advantage massive to the Zeri side.
이게 유의미하고
네, 벌써 이렇게까지 유의미한 이득을 많이 봤으니까
또 이제 집 타임만 잘 잡으면 되는데 뭐 비에고가 위쪽에 있는 상황이라서 충분히 잡겠죠.
뭐 유미의 그 험난한 초반을 언급을 뭐 드리긴 했었습니다만 지금은 뭐 뭘 먹고 왔는데도 불구하고 아 굳건히 그 시간대를 또 한 번 제공하고 있는 T1의 구마유 씨가 캐리합니다. 다시 보시죠.
이게 연기인지 아니면 딜 교환을 타이트하게 하는 건지 실수인지 제카 입장에서도 좀 애매하거든요.
배터리가 지금 돌아가지고 이게
그리고 전멸을 쓰기에도 어차피 여기서 전멸을 어설프게 써봤자 결국 쪼임당해서 잡힐 가능성이 높거든요.
결국에는
네.
세주아니가 따라가죠.
그래서 결과적으로 그 세전의 추격에 대해서 인지했었던 제카는 전멸을 쓰지 않고 그대로 당했군요. 그래서 미드 쪽에서 킬로 초반에 탑 쪽에서 킬을 무마시켜놓고 있는 현재 T1이 됐고요. 6레벨을 지금 납치 준비를 마치고 있는 페이커입니다.
일단 오너가 계속해서 공격적으로 포지션을 같이 잡아주고 있어서
네.
라이너의 발을 맞춰서 클리드가 뭔가 활약하기가 쉬워 보이진 않습니다. 흐름이.
계속해서 이것저것 미드 쪽으로
Once again, not a lot happening in the game.
오너
Um,
세주안이
Now, Sejuani with Viego's camp respawn timers is going to know exactly when these camps are up and he's looking to take them away.
T1이 읽었습니다.
Don't think he's going to get anything onto the Scion here. Just going to take one camp, but would get collapsed on by Lid and King and has to avoid that bush. Really good presence of mind from Owner, knowing that Scion can queue over the wall and avoiding the bush that he's going to be queuing into.
좋은 무빙을 통해서 뒤쪽으로 빠져나갔습니다. 순간에 한번 포위 공격을 한번 시도해 봤었던 하나생명 e스포츠. 자 그리고
Oh, Zeka with the combo. No mana for E though. Has mana now, he's eating a biscuit.
빠진 거예요.
Damage from Faker.
원래 튕긴과 동시에 비에고의 연계가 됐습니다.
In the end, nothing going to happen. Faker going to sustain back up with the Omni Bump from his ultimate.
주면서 미니언 사냥을 지속하고 있습니다. 자 그리고 세주안이 뒤쪽으로 완전히 빠져.
One of the most broken things about Cassante.
가스 전멸이 빠진 거라서 전투할 때 있어서
His ability to ult and then heal back up when he's low and then turn his ult back off and he's suddenly full health again out of nowhere.
진짜 고생이긴 하죠.
자연스럽게 그 드래곤 앞쪽에서
Now T1 with the
쉽게 얘기하면
melee mid and Sejuani are going to have a really fast clear on this Drake. Just like,
미드 바텀.
I believe, was it KT or Gen G? One of the two had a melee support with a Sejuani earlier. They did the same thing. They got this really early Drake really fast. Scion teleporting down to the turret, actually. He has the ultimate. Is he going to ult in onto Gumayushi and Carrier? Clid looking for the steal, but doesn't get it, and he's actually gone really low. He's dead. Scion ulting in, but I don't think it's going to be enough to turn because Zeka has no mana. Faker flashes it out of respect. And Viper's actually dying to Guma in the bot side. Guma might flash in. No, flash in. T1 getting the dragon and one kill. And Zeus on the top side, just taking everything. Really weird TP from King, and I'm not sure what the plan was with that. The Drake was already gone.
드래곤 쪽도 그렇고 아래쪽도 그렇고 그럼 여기서 원딜이랑 탑이 같이 CS 먹고 있는 게 너무 마음 아픈데요?
세 명이 집결해 있는
Just losing even more in top. He's not even recalling. Zeus gets 3 plates. Well, 2 and 80% of a plate.
난타전으로 그냥 막 엄청 일방적으로 근데 T1이
And he's going to crash this wave, and the minions are going to take the plate for him.
진영의 그리고 이 픽들의 그 묘미를 지금 현재까지 보여주고 있는 초반이 됐습니다. T1.
Faker needs a reset, but he's waiting for his TP. He needs his mana back. He's just going to collect this wave under his turret, and then he'll base.
그 다음부터는 좀 끌려갑니다 계속.
말씀드렸던 것처럼 되게 T1 쪽에서 근거가
Did the plate go down on top? I can't actually see. Might be on 1 HP, it might have gone down. But yeah, by the time King is even anywhere near, his jungler's already dead and his Drake's already gone.
그래서 사이온이 온 변수가
Don't know if Faker even needed to flash out of that, to be honest. Like, Zeka's not going to contribute to that. He has no mana. Now T1 onto the Herald. T1 having a much stronger early game than last game.
4분까지는 한참 남아서
네.
Really putting the pressure onto Hanwha.
가늠이 잘 안 될 정도예요.
자, 초반에 얻고자 하는 것들을 다 얻어내면서 상대편을 크게 압박을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 페이커가 바텀쪽으로 내려와 있습니다.
그 상태는 안 뚫리거든요. 어차피 오히려 역으로
한번 때려봅니다.
예, 역으로 압박하면서
세게 때려봅니다.
일단은
궁극기 두 개와 교환.
Okay, no Zerial.
커버를 오고 있는
Faker should just walk out of this.
적당히만 해도 되거든요.
That's the Zeri and the Yumi. ult. Oh no, Zeri did. Yeah, Zeri did all. Okay. It just doesn't show that it's on cooldown until the buff drops off. Stop the recall from Carrier. That's going to make Viper miss some creeps as Gumayushi crashes the wave.
다 피곤하죠. 이런 모든 것들이.
To be fair, the Aphelios into the Zeri is not going to look so bad when they're this far ahead.
T1이 지금 먹고 있는 상황인데 2000 격차 상대편의
Zeri can't get to the point that she counters the Aphelios. There's such a strong early game performance from T1, it's not going to be too bad.
그리고 애초에 근본적으로 제일 기분 나쁜 건 사이온이고요.
T1 already with a 2,500 gold lead.
최고의 영향력 행사를 했던 건데
Only 10 minutes in.
근데 아무 이득도 못 보고 탑은 탑대로 완전 대량이
It's only just going to keep expanding as they take more plates. Faker looking for the solo kill onto Zeka. He's already popped the ultimate, so he can't ult him back, but he immunes the cast with his ult, with his empowered W. Just takes him out with the auto reset on the E. That's the Faker Cassante. Zeka kind of getting gapped.
계속 압박하고 이거 뭐 어디서 숨을 쉬어야 되나요?
지금은 숨 쉴 곳이 잘 없긴 해요.
Zeus has just proxied a wave and now he's taking a reset. And something we've seen the Jaxers start doing a lot in the Jax versus Scion lane is proxying waves to get good resets. It's something that I've been talking about a lot when I play Nasus. You'll see me do it in my Nasus matchup guides. You just walk between the turrets and take the wave and get a much better reset than if you'd just done a regular shove. Now, Zeka's actually TP'd in, but he's got no cask after the solo kill attempt on Faker. Zeus also TP's in. Zeka forced to flash.
자원 투입을 하는데 이번에 그 상태가 또 미드 뜯고 있어요.
야 이거 계속 이런 장면들이 이어지고 있거든요.
그러니까 뭔가 자꾸 이렇게
And Hanwha Life are getting dragged around the map. Well, I don't know if they're getting dragged around the map so much as they're just using their teleports in weird ways to try to do stuff early when they really have no need to do anything. They're outscaling so hard. They can just wait and let Viper carry. Like, stop griefing Viper, just let him carry you.
하나생명은 지금 시간이 미울 것 같아요. 차라리 14분이었으면.
다시 보시죠 이거.
애초에
What happens here? He gets W'd back,
드라가스가
gets altered into the flip.
몸을 비빌 수밖에
Faker's all inning. Zeka tries to go for the cask, but Faker immunes it with the W and an easy solo kill.
그리고 초반에 1킬 딴 것부터가 그래서 주도권이 확 나가다 보니 팀 차이가 날 수밖에 없었던 상황이고요.
그렇지.
빠르게 골드가 좀 벌어지고 있습니다. 지금 현재 12분 전에 골드 격차를 이만큼 벌려놓고 있는 이제 T1이 됐습니다.
그리고
날아가기 직전.
사이온도 갑주가 되게 비냥.
This should be mid turret for Faker. Gonna have Demolish, I think.
이게 전판이랑 되게 느낌이
I've been trying some Font of Life on Kante recently.
압도적으로 지금 우월합니다.
Definitely good in the team fights, but I think you can get gold from Demolish that kind of
그냥 다 날아가고 있습니다. 다.
makes it less good because you get more stats from the gold
네.
than the value of the healing that you provide to your teammates.
하나를 더
Sometimes if you have a hyper carry, the Font of Life's really nice for them. And that's a Stormrazor Zeri. This is not something we've seen.
지금 얻어내고 잔뜩 얻고.
It's always been Trinity Force, Hurricane, Titanic. But this is Stormrazor.
다 돈으로 다 날아가고 있어요.
Viper is cooking.
만약에 잭스가 좀 앞으로 들어오면
He's also walking into the top side here.
콜이 나온 것 같기도 하고 또 눈치챈 것 같아요.
그렇죠. 이건 그라가스가 바텀에서 보였을 때부터 지금 이건
He's gonna drag the wave for him. Trying to find Zeus.
끊어먹기밖에 없다.
Oh, he knows where he is. He's on the ward.
귀환을 어떻게 하느냐를 좀 볼까. 세주환이가 천천히 같이 올라옵니다. 오너도
근데 이거 잘못하면은
이 위치는요.
예.
찍었어요. 제우스
Now, if Hanwha Life can stack 4 Cloud Dragons, it would be really good for the Zeri.
제리가 먹어야 돼요.
Zeus is just dead. That's another kill over to Viper. Viper's coming up huge this game. With Stormrazor and Cloud Drake stack potential, this Zeri might be untouchable from the side of T1.
끝까지 지켜보다가 킬을 만들었습니다. 바이퍼에게 입에 집어넣으면서
그래서 그럼 팀 대표도 가만히 안 있죠. 우리 아직 세 14분 아직 안 됐어. 우리 탑으로 갈 거야. 인데 여기 탑도 이제 포탑 있으니까 그냥 올라왔죠.
그렇죠.
먹을 게 또 있으니까. 예.
스노우볼의 정석을 굉장히 잘 보여주고 있는 거예요. 오브젝트 다 먹어주면서
This game overall, much higher quality of gameplay than the game before. The one before was such a mess, but you know, there's still time, there's still potential.
게임하고 있는 유저에게도 인지
Zeka are gonna try and sit here and clear the waves with his Q so that they don't lose another turret to T1. They've already lost the mid and bot turrets, so they've got Gumiyushi trying to rotate around the map and take the next one.
상황입니다. 데이터가
T1 sat with a really nice 5,000 gold lead.
미드에 기용해줌으로써 시야 장악을 한층 더 강화하는 거죠. T1 입장에서.
That's a recurve bow onto Zeri, so
안쪽 말고는 좀처럼 이 중간
perhaps a Kraken Slayer?
것처럼 그냥 포탑
Perhaps
위에
a...
거의 2,000 골드를 먹었어요.
두개 빼고 다 먹었어요.
예.
I don't think it's going to be a Blade of the Ruined King, right?
압도적인 지금 차이를 이용해서 모든 라인
Definitely not going to be a Nash's tooth, surely.
또 주도권 잡으면서 이제 계속
Um,
근데 어디 저 탑의 1차 포탑도 그렇고 다른 쪽 오브젝트도
Not sure what else recurve bow goes into.
전 아까랑
And Kraken, Nash's,
어디 이렇게 계속
and
어디 제리 킬 먹을 때 없나? 이거밖에 없어요.
제리 유미에게 많은 것을 더 많이 벌어야 되는 지금 둘다 궁극기 이제
Blade of the Ruined King.
어디 제리 킬 먹을 때 없나? 어차피 한탄 못 합니다 지금 하나생명은.
힘 차이.
그리고 결국에는 사이온을 끌어다 쓰든지 아니면
It must be Kraken. It must be.
사이온을 사실 지금 끌어다 쓴다 해도 위쪽 무력이 장난이 아니거든요. 그리고 또 제우스의 순간이동 커버가 있기 때문에 그래서 이런 바텀 쪽에서 보여주는 게 좋아 보입니다.
제우스 쪽인데
Zeus might be dead again here.
다른 비에고도 딜은 나오니까
Actually, I think he can 2v1 as long as his E comes back. Oh, he didn't manage to jump out of the queue. He almost got out of the queue with the jump. Yeah, if he queued out of that Scion queue, he would have actually won the 1v2. He would have taken down
거기서 결과적으로는 그 고속도로를
Cleared, but
주 인원도 왔습니다. 전령
여기 톨게이트
on the other side of the map though,
그냥 뚫렸어요. 무정차
Lid
톨게이트.
directing his attention toward bot lane. The Herald's been dropped, and that's a T2 turret. That's a lot of gold going over to T1. It's actually gold positive for them, even though Zeus dies. Oh, and a big play from Faker. A huge play from Faker. Viper commits... They commit all the summoners from the bot lane, and they're just dead, and I think that probably wins the game. Wow. Faker just snaps his fingers, and Viper is obliterated.
그 상태 말이 되나요 저게?
Yeah, maybe we should have more priority on Kasante, guys. Maybe. Maybe this champ's better than Aphelios. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I can't really tell.
날뛰는 장면들을 미드 쪽에서 한 번 더 보여줍니다.
Maybe we should be B1ing this.
이런 얘기를 하기 전에 주요 자원이 문제가 생겼고요. 다시 보시죠.
그러니까 사실 여기도 그냥 안 죽으면은 사실 이것도 괜찮아요. 왜냐면 위에서 지금 하고 있는 상황에서 바텀에 끌어다 쓴 거라. 그러니까 결국에는 탑 2차 압박하고 미드 2차까지 압박을 할 수 있게 된 거죠.
그래서 뭐 적절히 서로 얻을 거 얻어가는 과정에서
이거 토스가 본다 오면.
So fast from Faker.
높여요. 얘까지.
So calm as well. So calm and collected. The voice comes. Oh.
이거는 당하는 입장이나 같은 팀이나 와 정말 말도 안 되다 이렇게 얘기가 나올 것 같아요.
그러니까요.
예.
사실 저희도 오 했어요.
예.
네. 순간 갑자기 그냥 뭐
Faker heard people chatting shit about his MSI performance, apparently. It was disgusting.
그 상태는 그 상태 입장에서는 이렇게 동작을 막 하긴 하는데
Now,
그냥
Hanwha can't really walk into their jungle. They're just going to lose all their jungle camps, and this gold lead from T1 is going to start exploding. Clid trying to take the enemy Gromp just to get something.
제리 움직임 한번 끊고
This is going to be the third Drake.
이거용도
3라인 압박에
I don't think there's any way that Hanwha are going to come online enough to actually contest the
차이가 크다는 얘기.
Dragon Soul.
예.
I think it's just going to be T1's soul.
그리고 뭔가 싸움다운 싸움을 하기 위해선 전 최소 제리 3코어까지 나와야 될 것 같아요.
Just going to be T1's soul.
너무 오래 걸리죠.
네.
가만히 냅둘 T1의 운영이 아니죠.
맞아요.
키를 상당히 빨리 먹었다고 말씀드렸습니다만 그 이후에 뭔가를 하기에는 지금 뭐 T1의 기세가 지금 굉장히 날카롭습니다. 그래서 세 번째 트럼까지 먹었고
T1 unfortunately playing a really solid early mid game,
불편하다는 얘기죠.
giving people the impression that Aphelios is okay to pick into Zeri, even though the Zeri is clearly the only thing doing anything for Hanwha.
아, 네.
그리고 애초에 롤에서는 원래 KDA보다 더 중요한 지표, 특히 저희가 강조하는 게 뭐 레벨이나 CS 뭐 이런 것들이나 그또
It's still not over for Hanwha. If they scale, they are still winning as the game goes on.
그게 큰 겁니다.
But it's so difficult for them to do so now because the Drake Soul is spawning in 4 minutes.
그리고 애초에 사이온보다 세면 상관없는
And
거고
시간이 가면은
Zeri... Oh, Runon's Hurricane. Okay, that's what builds out of Recurve Bow, of course. Yeah, Kingen now forced to flash and ult. At least he does get out, but
부진할 수밖에 없었는데
again, I don't... By the time Drake Soul comes in, there's going to be, what, 2 people on Hanwha with 2 items? Maybe 3 if Zeka can get to 2 items? Everyone on T1 is already 2 items. I'm pretty sure Zeus will have Cleaver in base with the amount of gold that he's been picking up. T1 just going to break this mid turret with the Demolish from Cassante if he walks up. Doesn't actually walk up for it, but
그나마 메이킹
eventually it's going to go down.
아, 예.
그러니까 원래 이렇게 분리하면요 일반적인 CC 그냥 멈춰놓는 걸로는 답이 없어요. 어디 확 땡겨와가지고 한 방에 터뜨려야지.
자, 그러기 위해서 계속 틈을 잡고 있는 그 미드 쪽인데 거리를 일단 기가 막히게 재고는 있습니다.
그래서 제카가 바이퍼 입에다 넣어줘야 됩니다 누구를.
자, 여기서 세주안이
봐요.
이 각을 잠깐
봐요.
It looks like they're just going to fight for this turret. Zeka chunked low.
그 사이에 포탑 날아왔고
뭐 하기 전에 그냥
Viper the only one that can really do anything. I don't think he popped his ult there though.
이게 하나 날리니까 포탈 하나 날아가잖아요 지금.
그래서 뭐 체력을 뭐 핸들한다 길게 썼는데 그 전에 너무나 많이 얻어맞았고 바론이 나온 상황에서 이제 그쪽 지역의 시야가 하나둘씩 사라지면 하나 생명은요.
These games have been extremely slow, which is not what you expect from T1.
너무 불리할 때는 차라리 주는 게 나을 수도 있다라는 생각 들 수 있잖아요.
아 예.
바로는 해당 사항 없습니다. 차라리 뭐 드래곤 영혼의 전
But this one, at least, has been slow and good. The last one was just slow and awful.
자체가 아예 없어져서 그렇죠. 좀 달라요 느낌이.
그러면 민감하게 반응을 계속 해야겠네요. 그러니까
But even if they win this game, I am fully on board with T1's ability to grief draft once again and just lose to Hanwha Life, who they have no business losing series to. Realistically, like, T1 should be the best team in the league.
여기 좀 멀리 나온 상태에서 평지에서 잘못 만나면
Zeus finds Kingen and forces his ultimate again. I don't think there's any way they can leverage this. They could maybe start up the Baron, but again, just like in the Gen G series, starting Baron is kind of the only way you lose at this point. Just gives them a way back into the game if they manage to get the miracle steal that we saw 2 of last game.
그리고 티온도 웬만하면은 그러니까 클리드를 확정적으로 마크 할 수 있는 상황에서 치겠죠.
아 그렇죠.
예. 특히 이렇게 유리할 때는
이거 올라오는 선수들 많아요.
예, 강타 싸움 막 하거나 이러면 말도 안 되거든요.
그 사실 지금 탑쪽 시야 잡는 것도 그냥 크산테 도와주면서 상대가 지금 결국에는 용을 먹을 때 가장 이상적인 플레이가 탑 1차를 미는 걸 알기 때문에 위쪽을 그냥 틀어먹고 가는 거예요. 역전의 여지를 1%라도 주지 않겠다 이거죠.
그러니까 굉장히 여유 있게 여기까지는 빨리 달려오는 그런 그림이었는데 영역 잡고 이 정글 안쪽으로 들어오는 상대편을 진짜 그 앞에서 미연에 계속 틀어막고 있습니다. 못 와요 여기를.
그래서 일종의 OX 퀴즈가 계속해서 열리는 거죠.
T1 now maybe looking for this Baron. Gumiyushi going to DPS it over the wall with the Calibrum Crescendum combo, and they're just going to turn onto the fight. There's no way Hanwha can win this fight. They're not nearly strong enough. Even if Viper is huge, he's not going to be able to melt through the carries and front line of T1.
실제로 티온도 예를 들어 흥분해가지고 뭐
T1 just going to go straight back to the Baron.
사고 날 수 있었는데 적당히 했고 또 치는데 비에고가 지금 뛰긴 뛰는데
와요.
속도가 티온이 빠르거든요.
절반 오고.
Clid's not here. That goes over to T1. And that Baron is going to almost guarantee the Dragon Soul. Both side laners from T1 have the ability to teleport to this dragon and stop Hanwha from taking it on spawn while their teammates come out of base. Faker's already TP'd, as you can see, and finds Kingen out of his ult. Kingen, no ult, no flash. Might just be dead. He needs to stay away from that wall, I think, because Faker can potentially, yeah, if Faker landed that flip, I think he could have taken him all the way through that thin wall down into the bot lane and just beaten him to death. But this is going to be a Cloud Soul for T1. Cloud Soul and a Baron, they're probably just going to push an end now. I know, I say that Aphelios finds it very difficult to get in range of Zeri and ever hit her, but with a Cloud Soul and a Storm Razor and a fleet footwork, not so difficult.
그리고 이제 발언을 먹었기 때문에 더 이상 겁낼 것도 없거든요. 막 밀고 들어가면
갑니다.
와 이거를 어떻게 처리해야 될지 아나생명.
등지고 있는데
제리가 다 때려잡거나 아니면 그라가스의 슈퍼토스가 필요한데
아니 그럼 그 상태 저거 어떻게 잡죠?
그라가스 슈퍼토스가 뭐가 나오긴 해야 될 거예요. 그 각이 안 나오지만.
쪽인데
예.
밑에 쪽에서 결국에는 아필리오스 아니면 밀리오 쪽에서 무력이 너무 세죠 지금 아필리오스.
그리고 저 탱크가 정리가 잘 안 돼요 계속. 대포가.
Okay, T1 with the engage. They might just be using this to buy space to take the turret and the inhib. But if they can get onto Zeka and kill him, 4v5, I don't think there's any way Hanwha can hold mid, and this should be a second inhib, and then they can just rotate into top because the wave is coming. They could potentially even send Faker now instead of having him just hitting this bot wave to go and get the wave. Yeah, Zeus is on his way. Zeus understands that someone should go and get this top wave so they can rotate. This is always what you want to look for. You don't want to do the solo queue thing and start trying to hit Nexus towers and fight, which is exactly what Gumiyushi's doing. He's zooming in with his Gale Force. Maybe you do want to do the solo queue thing and just end the game. I think the best way they could have ended it is by taking triple inhib, which would have been absolutely free here, but if Hanwha want to just roll over and die and go to game 3, there you go. I don't think you do silver scrapes in a best of 3, but bring it out anyway, we're going to game 3.
아니 라인전부터 계속 찍어 누르는 플레이가 돋보였고요. 그냥 초반부터 계속 유기적인 움직임을 통해
I'm gonna just let this play for a bit while I go AFK. I'll be back shortly.
그 과정에서 참 세 라인 다 이기고 정석적으로 운영하면서 실수도 별로 없고 오히려 슈퍼 플레이도 T1이 더하고 뭐 이래버리니까 진짜 저항할 힘이 없었던 것 같고
네.
참 이게 앞서 펼쳐진 경기에서도 어떻게 보면 이런 젠지나 T1 이런 팀들 이런 강팀들의 특징인데 항상 세트 승리까지는 어떻게 하는데 이런 팀들 상대로 매치 승이 좀 어렵긴 하거든요.
아 그렇죠.
근데 언제나 또 하나생명이나 T1 붙었을 때마다 풀세트 갔잖아요.
네.
아직 끝난 거 아니니까 하나생명도 좀 더 보여줘야겠죠.
그렇습니다.
네.
1세트의 그 끈질긴 승부 끝에 승리를 따냈었던 그 모습을 판 여러분께서는 기대하고 계실 것 같습니다. 하지만 T1은 그거 그냥 너무 빨리 찢고 이렇게 끝냈어요.
오히려 라인전 단계에서 워낙 다 찍어 누르면서 이겼기 때문에 뭐 데미지를 딱히 많이 넣을 기회도 없었죠.
아 그러니까요. 좀
네.
쳤다 하면 그냥 끝났는데요. 뭐. 쳤다 하면 누웠고.
골드그래프도 그만큼 무난했죠.
네.
천천히 쌓아가는 정석적인 플레이 튀어나왔습니다.
자 그래서 25분 대 골드 격차, 25분 이후의 골드 격차. 아주 부드러운 독서를 만들어내면서 2세트 동점을 만들어내는 데 성공했던 T1입니다. 자 1대1 됐습니다. 저희는 잠시 후 이 양 팀의 세 번째 세트로 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 이곳은 롤파크입니다.
탑될 듯? 좀만 기다려봐 거기. 괜찮아.
내가 아래쪽 붙이고만 있을게.
똑바로 살짝 볼게. 잠깐 봐줘봐.
오 지렸고. 나 들어갈게.
가봐.
대고 높을. 이거 플래시 몰라? 안 되겠다. 파워.
캐리.
나이스.
나이스. 잘했다. 아이씨. KD 뭐냐 이거? 아니 나만 죽었어.
Oh, alright. Let's get this over and done with. I've had enough of this T1 series. Surely they can't brief draft a third time. Like, it can't get worse, right? Oh, we've gone a little bit too far.
아펠리우스가 지금 바텀 라인전을 너무 잘해주고 있어요.
맞아요.
1세트도 세트도
그것도 의미가 있죠.
지금 여기서 아펠리우스가 가져다 준
Please just put me out of my misery.
봤습니다.
그러면 하나생명의 진영 선택 그리고 그 이후의 뱀피까지 한번 확인해 볼까요? 오,
와우.
레드로 갔네요.
Oh, Hanwha choosing red. That's actually really cool. I like red.
그렇죠.
그냥
And no one ever chooses red, but Hanwha do.
예.
예.
Interesting.
당연히 블루 고를 줄 알았는데 대단한데요? 준비해온 게 있다는 거죠.
그 한방 뭘 준비해 왔을까요? 이 양 팀의 3세트입니다.
실제로 뱀픽 순서만 조금 더 변화를 주면
So,
쪽에서도 되게 괜찮다라고 느낄 수는 있거든요.
Vigon, so they're signaling Zeri already.
원래 좋은 픽이
Nico go.
많이 열리면은 레드 쪽의 가치도 올라가는 거라서.
Blitz gone.
두개 먹고 출발 그런 거.
Annie gone.
카운터.
근데 뭐가
That leaves Gragas, Cassante, and Milio open.
상태 선픽도 나올 수도 있는 거니까.
그렇죠.
Lulu gone.
하네요.
똑같이 진행은 됐는데
네, 여차하면
Still leaves Gragas, Cassante, and Milio. Oh, Cassante gone. Okay, so Milio or Gragas, which one?
애매한 거 하나 가져가고 우리도 두 개 먹으면 된다.
Milio, yeah, that's what they took last time, and they were happy with it. So
이제 나빼드.
now they go
물론 저는
Gragas, Zeri, I think.
밀리오에 대한 확신이 약간 있는 것 같은 게
I don't know. I mean, I know they lost with it, but I still think Gragas Zeri is one of the best lines they can take. Yeah, okay. I mean, what I expected, but I think it's good because now there's no Cassante in response. So what do you do now? I mean, T1 might just take Aphelios again and make me hate my life, but I think there's so much better they can do. Like, they can go Draven, they can go Lucian. I don't know, I hate this into Zeri Gragas. I think you can even go Kha'Zix on Hanwha. Is it gonna be Ahri on tier 1? Gonna be Sejuani? It is Ahri, okay. I think you can go Kha'Zix here on Hanwha. I mean, they're gonna take Yuumi now, obviously, so it doesn't get banned out, but if Kha'Zix doesn't get banned out in second rotation, I think you can go Kha'Zix on R4. R4 Kha'Zix doesn't look bad. You ban out Wukong, ban out Maokai. You ban out Wukong Maokai and go Kha'Zix. If Kha'Zix gets banned, it's really clinching the jungle pool, and then you can just put your Gragas into jungle. I think that line's pretty good from Hanwha. Nah, ban. Why? What? For what reason? You have R5, why are you banning top laner? Alphight ban? I think you want to ban like, Wukong and Maokai. Maybe they want Wukong, so maybe they're gonna ban out Maokai and then pick Wukong. But I think Kha'Zix is better for Hanwha. Sedge ban? That's fine. Makes more sense than the Gnar ban. I mean, T1 here, Kha'Zix ban is good because I think Kha'Zix is good. Wukong ban, okay. I mean, I think T1 want Wukong more than Hanwha do. I think Hanwha want like Viego or Kha'Zix. Particularly Kha'Zix here. Emilio, Aphelios, Ahri. They're going Viego, okay. I mean, they're similar champs. They function in similar ways, but both like reset sort of. I know Kha'Zix doesn't literally reset unless he evolves E, which he never does, but he kind of does because he ults in, kills one, and then ults and runs around, and then kills another, and then ults and runs around. Here we're going for the Scion. Now this is really setting up for a King and Aatrox, actually. It's a Milio Aphelios Scion. This could be a King and Aatrox. Yeah, this walks right into Aatrox, I think. I think Maokai is kinda the only jungler left, right? Hecarim. Rengar. Rengar into Gragas, though. Kha'Zix, okay. Yeah, Kha'Zix... Wait, no, Kha'Zix is terrible into Yuumi. The Zeri's never, ever isolated, and this should not be a Renekton game. This should be an Aatrox game. This should be an Aatrox game from Kingen. Ornn is okay too. Ornn is okay. I don't mind Ornn. I quite like Ornn. So yeah, once again, I think Hanwha used Red Side really well, actually. Shows that they... I think Hanwha's drafting's actually been quite good in general. E1's quite bad. Taking Kha'Zix into Yuumi, do they not know that Viper will never, ever be isolated? He can never be isolated W slowed. He can never be isolated Q'd for damage. I think Hanwha are favoured here for sure.
있거든요. 싸움에 있어서 그렇기 때문에 그 부분을 잘 살려서 바텀을 어떻게든 도와줘야 됩니다.
자, 바텀 지역에서 약간 힘을 쓰지 못했었던 장면들, 뭐 킬을 먹고 출발했습니다만 좀 어려운 장면들이 있었던 2세트인데 그 부분을 이런 식으로 약간의 보완을 통해서 좀 더 완성도를 끌어올린 채 뱀픽을 완료했던 그랬기 때문에 레드를 선택했던 하나생 e스포츠가 됐습니다. 하지만 그 부분에 대해서도 바로바로 대답 준비했습니다. 아리와 카직스 그리고 탑으로는 바로 제우스의 사이온이 등장을 하면서 이런 식으로 상체를 완료를 했습니다. T1의 2세트에 굉장히 스피디하고 부드러운 운명이 있었는데 그 2세트의 그 부드러움을 하나생 e스포츠는 이 조합으로 어떻게 흔들어 놓을 수 있을까요? 양 팀의 세 번째 세트 경기 준비가 이렇게 완료를 했습니다. 이어지는 3세트 만나보시죠. 경기 만나보겠습니다. T1과 하나생명 e스포츠 경기.
I really think the Yumi Kha'Zix interaction shouldn't work that way. Like, they should be classed as always isolated. Because Yumi has the counterplay, if they were always isolated, to jump off when Kha'Zix Qs. And it would just make Yumi have to, like, do something skill expression-wise, which is really healthy for the game if she has to do that.
뭐 이런 건 이제 중요 포인트라고 봐야 되고 웬만하면 정글러들은 이제 아래쪽 위주로 움직일 텐데
네.
원딜의 하이퍼 캐리력 다음으로 데미지나 캐리력 비중으로 보면 은근히 정글 쪽이 또 되게 중요하거든요. 카직스나 비에고. 근데 이 두 친구들이 또 특징이 뭔가 판이 애매해지면 둘 다 일거리를 잃어요.
예.
그러니까 이게 애매해지는 친구들이라서 그 틈을 어떤 식으로 자체적으로 또 비집고 들어가서 판을 만들어줄지도 되게 중요합니다.
타부비의 방향이 결정되는 순간부터 어쩔 수 없이 더욱더 그 중요도에 대해
One thing you can't underestimate is T1's ability to win with a bad draft.
그렇기 때문에 미드 쪽에서 누가 먼저 정글 쪽에다 힘을 실어줄 수 있냐 그 포인트도 되게 중요할 것 같고요.
자, 소유 메이킹하는 그런 리드에 대한 또 다른 임무가 거기에 있다라고 이야기가 나왔습니다. 자, 바텀 쪽에 파이퍼 라이프가 진짜 완전히 이를 물고 지금 물고 지금 경기를 준비하고 있는 세 번째 세트.
실제로 이 구도가 다시 펼쳐지게 되면 저는 진짜 수많은 관계자, 선수들 그리고 팬분들도 되게 유심히 보실 것 같아요. 이게 진짜로 아예 답도 없는 상성인가? 아니면 어떤 뭐 실수 때문에 그렇게 됐던 건가? 전판에도 돌이켜봐도
네.
좀 신기한 부분도 있잖아요. 어떤 면에서.
킬 먹고 왔었는데.
네.
네.
그렇게까지 밀릴 구도는 아닌 것 같은데 또 저희도 이제 당연히 화면 관계상 뭐 한 라인만 계속 보이고 있을 수는 없는 거니까.
그러니까요.
이게 원래 계속 보다 보면 좀 디테일한 부분에서 실수라든가 혹은 좀 한쪽이 좀 잘한 플레이라든가 이런 게 한 번씩 삐끗하다 보면 바텀 주도권이 그냥 확 나가버릴 때가 있거든요.
그러니까 바텀을 즐기고 가시는 분들 입장에서는 그걸 좀 더 보고 싶다는 생각이 잘 들 것 같았어요. 그러니까 어느 순간 봤는데
네.
격차 꽤 나고 있었거든요.
그냥 계속 밀리니까 또.
그래서 3라인이 뭐 다 나가는 뭐 이런 장면들이 연결이 됐었어요.
네. 이거는 뭐 답이 없는 상성인 건가?
네.
근데 답이 없는 상성이면 다시 한 게 말이 안 돼.
So Kha'Zix is not a champion that can ever dive this Zeri Yumi either, like realistically, because he's never going to isolate Q the Zeri, so he just doesn't bring enough damage and he doesn't bring any CC.
정글러를 찾아주면서
And between Milio, Aphelios, and
컸다고 생각하고
Kha'Zix, unless Aphelios is on Graviton, they don't actually have any CC to lock down the Zeri.
하는 그런 느낌이 조금 다른 상황이라서
So Zeri's a lot safer than last game, where last game he won with the Sejuani. Had much better dive threat. So here you can see Zeri actually going to be ahead in CS after this wave crash, whereas before she was very behind. Now, got to be careful on the bounce back. Kha'Zix can still gank, even though it's hard for him to do too much into the Zeri Yumi with the isolation interaction, but yeah. Mid going to be pretty uneventful, as we've seen this matchup be.
그래서 그냥 위아래로 갈렸고 이거 자체도 T1 바텀이 압박하는데도 더 힘이 되죠.
그러네요.
어차피 상대 정글 반대니까.
그래서 확실한 그 근거를 가지고 꽤 오랫동안 상대편 포탑 앞쪽에서 계속 가고 있습니다.
당연히 지는 라이너 입장에서는 우리 바에게 좀 넣어주면 안 돼라고 말하고 싶지만 정글러 입장은 그게 또 아니거든요.
그렇죠.
사실 그게 나보고 반대쪽 바에게 먹지 말고
I think Hudwell Life's draft is actually like my favorite style of draft at the minute. Like lots of disengage tools, a high range carry, and a stable tank in the top lane. It's actually very JDG-esque. I think it is the best thing you can do in this meta, and that's why JDG looks so good.
너 자리 비우면 우리 죽어. 근데 너가 뭐 하진 못해. 너 그냥 가만히 있어. 그럼 가만히 있는 거예요 정글러가.
그러니까
호수아비.
극단적으로 이제 슬픈 사례죠. 예.
그러니까 페트롤에 좀 감정이 좀 담겨 있는 거죠.
그래서
네.
핵심으로 돌아가면 뭐 시대가 어떻든 간에 라인 부분은 중요하다.
약간 냄새 맡아.
이거는 확실히
뭐
잡아낼 수 있다.
Is Faker just solo killed? Oh, Faker movement. Oh, he can't get out. I mean, Faker should not be in a position to die there, though. Kind of getting outplayed by Zeka in the lane and falling behind as this T1 draft. Very reminiscent of the first series you watched today, where
특히 바텀 쪽에
the red side draft is hard outscaling and the blue side draft actually falling behind early.
그래서 이
Really, really bad for them.
싸움에서 약간이라도 뭐 이런 단어를 썼는데 그걸 이용해서 어쨌든 킬 만들었어요.
그러니까 제가 말씀드렸던 것처럼 그라가스 비에고가 어느 정도 교전으로 가져오는 이득은 확실히 2대2는 압도적으로 더 높습니다. 아리 카직스에 비해서는. 그렇기 때문에 게릴라전을 쪽으로 가야 되는데 T1은 그러니까 그거 나오기 전에 펀치를 잘 날린 거예요.
그렇죠. 그러니까 특히 아리의 경우는 일단 6렙 찍고 나서부터가 훨씬 더 강점이 많이 생기니까요.
아 그렇죠.
그 전 타이밍을 되게 잘 노렸다고 보시면 될 것 같고요.
확실히 빠져나갈 수 있는 공간이 생기니까.
네.
자 그래서 그라가스의 필살 배치기와 전멸을 활용한 그런 장면을 통해서 시작을 했었고 그 이후에 클리드까지 얹혀주면서 퍼블을 만들어냈습니다.
바텀 라인전을 제리우미가 아직까지 좋습니다.
It's actually better that Clid got this kill as well than Zeka getting the solo kill.
인진했던 것 같아요.
Because with this draft on Hanwha, ideally you want all your gold on Viego and
클리드가 왔네요.
또 탱크 타이밍을 날
Viego and Zeri,
근데 뒤로 달려요.
as Viego almost picks up another kill.
거기
어디까지
Zeus looking like the bouse right now.
달렸어요.
딱 여기서 멈추면
Gets the wave.
마음속으로 숫자.
I don't think he's going to get out though, and if you can give this to Viper, that would be enormous.
자 지금인가?
Viper might be able to E through the wall and collect it. They can't get it. Viper actually losing a lot of tempo when they lose Drake. Zeus really looking like the bouse there. Well played by Zeus.
우인 드리블한 거예요 거의 진짜.
그냥 위쪽으로 다 쏠렸거든요.
그래서 딴쪽 대박.
아니 이걸 먹냐 다?
이게 아이러니한 건데 탑의 좋은 타이밍에 갱킹을 간 건데 좋은 타이밍이었거든요.
예?
그래서 망했어요.
이게 참 이상한 단어네요.
네. 역시 탑은 갱킹하는 거 아니야.
이렇게 된다.
뭐 이런 건지.
아니 포탑 방패가 몇 개 날아갔습니까? 그렇게 가고 결과적으로는 사이언이 없어진 상황이 됐는데.
랩의 사이언을 가져다 줄 수 있는 최고의 플레이였습니다.
그럼 결과적으로는 바텀 쪽 포탑 방패도 많이 날아갔고 좀 용도 잡았고.
이렇게 되면 전령 타이밍도 그냥 깔끔하거든요.
미드에 폼을 만들고 기분 좋았는데.
바텀은 벌써 3칸이 날아갔어요.
And this is more what T1 need again. You can see 3 plates onto this Aphelios now. They do need to generate a gold lead early, but Viper doing a lot of damage in this trade. Out of nowhere. Not even particularly on a stronger item spike. It's Boots Longsword is 1350 against Noon Quiver is 1300. Basically, same amount of gold spent on items between... Oh, but Gumiyushi's level 6 and Viper's level 5 and he's walking in, he's been rooted up. Gumiyushi doesn't have mana to cast the ultimate though. Viper should just be able to E through the wall if he wants to. But he's running away towards Clid. Maybe trying to bait Guma Carrier in.
아니 이게 사실 도와줘도 어느 정도 밸런스.
But here, Clid showing bottom side and
그러니까 이렇게까지 차이가 나.
Ona using this empowered Q on the Kazakhs now, the evolved Q on the isolated targets to just nuke down these objectives. He's going to take the Herald away as well.
당연히 밸류도 중요하긴 한데 그 밸류가 일정 선을 넘지 않는 선에서 밸류를 따지는 거예요. 진짜 이거는 뭐 답도 없이 밀리는데 나중 가면 좋다. 이런 거 잘 안 하거든요.
아 그렇죠.
네.
그러니까 어느 정도의 그 분위기를 초반에 계속 만들어 놓고 나서 그걸 기반으로 해서 힘을 키우고 하는 밸류 키우는 전투가 많이 나왔었으니까 지금 뭐 캐리어도 살짝 보는 모습이 있어. 결과적으로는 뭐 전령 끝났고요. 드래곤 먹었고 포탑 방패 뜯을 만큼 뜯었고 약간 그 분노의 줄 전방이 뭐 얻은 게 굉장히 많습니다.
물론 뭐 긍정적으로 생각하면 전판보단 나은 것 같긴 한데 확실히 왜냐면 전판에는 이 와중에 미드 쪽에서도 크사테가 막 난리치고 그랬으니까
그랬죠.
네, 전판보단 낫긴 나은데 그럼에도 기분 나쁘긴 하죠.
상당히 나쁘죠, 상당히.
네.
사실 그 2세트 그런 부분들을 씻어내기 위해서 3세트에 이런 뱀픽을 한 건데
지금 저것도 바텀 포탑이 사실 누군가나 마찬가지거든요. 지금 전령을 들고 있는 카직스가 또 바텀 쪽으로 동선을 짜게 되면은
그래서
이게 여기서 3대3의 대박을 터뜨려야 되는데
실제로 한 명만 잡아낼 수 있으면 비에고가 웬만하면 이기거든요.
그렇죠. 비에고의 패션쇼라고 하죠.
예, 그러니까 한 명을 잡냐 못 잡냐.
이 쇼가 이루어지네. 카직스도 도착을
Now, Owen are hovering bot because the bot lane tower is actually getting low enough that a Herald drop might be able to take it and get first tower. Zeus looking to ult down the lane and then TP back to top. This is quite creative from Zeus. They find out Clid, and he might just die to the ultimate from Gumayushi. He's got chakrams. They only need a little bit more damage on this turret and the Herald's going to take it. I think Ona could just drop it here.
여러 가지 사이온은 계속 다가오고 있고 일단 콜이 나왔을 것 같아요 이미. 사이온
Cull completed as well onto Gumayushi. So with Cull complete and all the plates, maybe they don't even need the Herald. Zeus looking for the engage, can't find it. He's going to have to teleport back to topside to avoid giving too many plates over to this. Or he's going to be dropping another wave if he doesn't TP.
이제 할 거 했다.
이게 사실 전령을 안
But without even using the Herald, that's first turret over to Guma carrier. And a lot of this pressure came from when Viper tried to run and get the kill on Zeus when Zeus was playing like the Baus and lost 2 plates there. Loses another 2 plates there, and then they can just take the tower in their face.
그리고 전령의 중요성을
And Viper this time not going for the
그리고 뭐 원래
range Storm Razor build that he was going for last time, this time actually going for the Trinity Force. Maybe realizing that it was a mistake to go for this Storm Razor Hurricane build over Trinity Force Hurricane. Which I don't understand why Storm Razor would be better. It gives basically the same, just slightly more AD, it gives less attack speed, it gives move speed, but so does Triforce. It gives less damage because it doesn't have the Sheen proc.
타이밍에 이걸 가지고 혹시 좀 변수를 만들면
Not really sure that you also get less health. Not sure what the advantage of the Storm Razor build actually is, other than
어차피 사이온도
backing up crit to maybe get an Infinity Edge as your mythic 3rd item or something.
발이 결국엔 풀린 거거든요.
예,
I feel like the Titanic Hydra just making you unkillable is a lot better.
반월검 장착돼 있는 상태인데
More AoE damage as well.
지금 팝
여기에 이제
Now T1 using their gold lead. Really good macro from T1 this game actually. They're going to drop the Herald top and they're going to get 10 plates onto Gumayushi this game. Guma just needs to hit one more plate down with his auto attacks and the Herald should finish the turret. But Viper's here. He's run all the way across the map from mid lane to try and defend this. Still going to be another 2 plates onto Gumayushi there. And only 1 remains in this top lane.
예, 그러면서 미드 바텀에서
I'd be interested if the observers show individual gold. I think Gumayushi must be. I mean, T1 have a 3k gold lead, but
미드로 또 와서
well, a 2k gold lead, sorry. But I think all of that is on Gumayushi. Maybe some of it's on Carrier as well, as Carrier shared some of the plates. But
불리하긴 해도 계속 긍정적으로 생각은 해야 됩니다. 전판보단 훨씬 낫다. 근데 이 정도
Gumayushi is really strong right now.
가능한 불리함이에요. 예, 그냥 게임
He's going to be on that Gale Force before you know it, really. Now the dragon spawning, T1 rotate back, push in mid wave, have Faker teleport into bot to push in bot wave. There's no turret to bounce that wave back, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a way in for Hanwha to actually get onto this Drake. And T1's macro this game is incredibly clean.
대치하면서
에, 아예 못
I'm not sure, like, it looks like a different team playing compared to the first 2 games. Like, the first game was awful, the second game was pretty good, and this game is clinical. This game is absolutely clinical from T1. Like I said, never underestimate T1's ability to win with a losing draft, and T1 here just playing incredibly well. That's the second Drake over, and now Herald spawning in 1 minute, and watch this, T1 are gonna... I mean, Faker's gonna get out of this with his ult, he's gonna be absolutely fine. But T1 are now gonna use their pressure, they're gonna push in mid, they're gonna send someone top and push in top, maybe take this top tower and use that pressure to get Herald, and T1 are just everywhere. You see, here goes Zeus, he's ulting up for tempo. He's going to push in this wave, maybe even get the turret, and then they're going to be straight onto the Herald. Ona making really good use of his time and just doing his topside while this Herald spawns. T1 are just everywhere. There's nothing Hanwha can do. Like, Clid's in bot side, but it's not where Clid needs to be. He needs to transition into topside soon. He's getting a red buff for himself, but doesn't really do anything. T1 going to reset, get huge item spike onto Gumayushi with this BF sword. Not even a mythic onto Viper yet. And I don't think there's any way that Hanwha are going to be able to contest this Herald. I think it's just going to go to T1. And then the top tower is going to go down. The Herald can be used to take the mid tower. And then they're going to have no towers, no T1s across the entire map. And T1 can use that to leverage vision around these Drakes that they're stacking. And pressure these side lanes with the Kazakhs. Like, anyone steps up to a side wave with no turrets and a Kazakhs around, it's going to be really scary. T1 have just blown this game wide open.
이러면 이 상황에서 이 전령은요.
Almost, I'd say an impeccable early game from T1.
그라가스의 의존도가 되게 떨어진 상황에서 먹으면 사이오니가 앞으로 막죠. 뭐 이거 뭐야? 어떻게 할 거야? 올까 말 거야? 불만 있어?
아니 불만 괜히 잘못 얘기하면
네, 불만 없어 하면서 화들짝 뒤로 간 느낌이죠.
불만 있으면 회색 화면으로 바뀌는데요.
불만 없는데 왜 우르르 와서 쳐다봐?
라고 얘기할 수밖에 없는 현재 하나생명이
The only thing that's gone wrong the entire game was the individual mistake from Faker dying early, but ever since then he's been playing extremely well, and you know, this is one of the reasons that you keep Faker in, even if mechanically he's not performing the way he used to. Every iteration of T1, especially when picks like Rise come in, they just have this ability to rotate around the map in ways that other teams don't. Like, rotation is T1 macro. Like, setups on objectives and stuff like that, they're generally pretty bad at, and they often get objectives stolen away from them. But rotation around the map in the early mid-game, they're just the best in the world. And that's why when the meta with the double AD carry bot that allowed you to leverage bot pressure and rotate, and then leverage bot pressure in like top lane or mid lane and then rotate, T1 were just the best in the world. I think if we were still in that meta going into MSI, it would have been a very different tournament.
팀원의 이 상위 티어를 다 풀고 하는 경기에는 이런 답이 숨어 있었군요. 확실히 그 의도대로 경기를 풀고 있고, 반면에 하나생명 e스포츠의 그 해답은 지금 뭔가 좀 엇갈리고 있습니다.
뭔가 해볼만은 한 것 같은데 결국 얻은 건 없는.
예. 대리 의미가 이 정도면은 이렇게 얘기하기는. 그리고
I just want to see what would happen if T1 could draft well every game. They would be unstoppable. Surely. If their drafting was good, they would just be unstoppable.
또 킥의 뒤 제카요.
Hanwha looking for a miracle engage to try and salvage some of this early game. Might be able to kill Zeus, but no, even the Everfrost is removed by the Milio ult, and the Sion ult just gets him out to safety. Doesn't even have to commit his flash. Guma now 182 CS at 17 minutes with 10 plates under his belt. I think he got 9 plates actually, but Guma, despite being the Aphelios into this losing matchup of the Zeri, not really going to matter when he's this far ahead.
그러니까 위치는 어느 정도 공격의 의도를 좀 잔뜩 잡고 양쪽에 배치를 했는데.
그러니까 난이도는 되게 어려웠거든요. 쉬운 상황이 절대적으로 아니었는데 근데 결국엔 뭉쳤으니까
Clinical macro play from T1, absolutely beautiful to watch.
뭐라도 뭐 단무지라도 썰어야죠. 칼을 뽑았으면.
After a very, very painful to watch game 1 and a somewhat underwhelming game 2, the way they've played this game 3, it doesn't, you know, you don't get better League of Legends than this.
이 운영 이 다음 단계에서도 하나생명이 분명 변수를 가져다 줘야 되는데
Now we have Drake spawning in 15 seconds, T1 with a huge line of vision down the river, as you can see. Hanwha trying to infiltrate this and maybe look for a pick before Dragon, but Karius spots it out and flashes away from the Viego, and now T1 should be able to walk in. Huge gold lead. You can see that even though Kingen rushed an armor item, he's still being chunked out by this Aphelios, and I don't think T1 are just going to let Hanwha have this Drake. I would expect to see them fight for it. They're so far ahead, and they're getting outscaled, and even if Hanwha get this Drake, I think they're all dead. They're boxed in. They've got nowhere to go. They've got nowhere to go. Cleared manages to buffer over the Scion Q to get out, and the Ocean Drake actually goes over to... Who got it? I didn't see, I was focused on the fight. Who got the Drake? Okay, Hanwha did get the Drake and they only lose 1. Very good for Hanwha, but now, with Zeka dead, T1 gonna look to take this mid T2.
왜냐면 용을 먹어야 된다고 생각, 여유롭게 먹을 줄 알았는데 갑자기 니그 됐으니까.
누가 물건값이 누가 드래곤값이 그라가스 하나래.
2차 수금. 그래서 미드 쪽 2차 포탑도 날아가면서 팀원이 결국은 용은 넣지 못했으면 상대편 제카 그리고 포탑까지.
애초에 딱 봐도 억지로 드래곤을 먹고 있잖아요.
그렇죠.
그게 되게 위험한 거거든요, 이게.
그래도 저 지고 있는 상황에서 하나생명이 최선의 플레이를 했다고 생각해요.
그렇죠.
그러니까 그 전에 턴을 어떻게든 끌어 써가지고 상대 정글에 들어가서 전멸을 한번 빼주고 거기서 오는 시야 장악을 어떻게든 좀 저지를 했고 거기를 통해서 결단력 있게 용까지 먹고 죽을 사람 죽고 이렇게 한 게 그래도 스노우볼을 저지했거든요.
맞아요.
그러니까 이런 플레이가 지속적으로
Yeah, Zeka's just dead. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's really hard for the side laners of Hanwha to actually pick up waves into this Kha'Zix once all the turrets have been broken. Kingen TP's in and goes for the ult, but Faker's just going to ult out of it. No, he's just going to let it hit him, I guess. But now he's going to ult the wrong way. Faker? He's going to TP in his face and die.
오랜만에 정말 꿀 같은 킬이 들어왔죠.
정말
What?
이 킬째는 이렇게 만든 거거든요.
킹겐이 아까
Ah?
뿔을 몇 번을 한지 몰라요.
입이 아프도록
계속 먹어줘, 제발 만들어.
I think there were so many lines of play that Faker could take there, and he managed to find the worst one.
유미가 이런 게 무서운 거거든요.
That's impressive. That is impressive.
아니면 1킬이 가져다주는 변수 이런 게 중요한 건데 일단은 하나생명이 스텝 하나는 완성했어요.
그렇죠. 그래서 참 위기에 빠졌던 제카가 오히려 위기를 기회.
And Hanwha are actually slowly closing back into this game.
했던 게 좋은 결국.
The main problem they have is that difficulty to collect side waves against the Kha'Zix. And the threat of taking objectives with the Aphelios and the Kha'Zix, their objective take is so fast. Like Baron at 20 minutes normally isn't a realistic threat, but with the Aphelios and the Kha'Zix, it actually is.
사실 4천이란 차이가 지금 작다면 작을 수 있는데 그러니까 충분히 지금 T1이 굴릴 수 있는 정도의 골드 차이거든요. 유의미한 골드 차이고 하나생명도 근데 지금 대리 유미를 가지고 있는 입장에서 그냥 그대로 무너질 수는 없는 거거든요.
그렇죠. 그리고 오른도 어쨌든 계속 레벨링 되면서 추가적으로.
Now, the Melio, one thing to talk about is that the Melio does bridge some of the weakness that we were seeing from Aphelios at MSI, that being the range disadvantage, because Melio gives him range, right? So I guess Aphelios is less bad with the Melio than it is with other picks. Kha'Zix in the jungle, but it doesn't matter because Viper is never isolated. Kha'Zix can't kill him.
유미가 같이 달려 있는
Even if Kha'Zix went on in there, he wouldn't have the damage to kill him because Zeri isn't isolated. He's got a Yuumi on him. But here's the really fast Baron take. So Chakram's stacked up on Gumayushi and the evolved Q on Owner, and they're just shredding through it. But they have to be really careful about Clid. Faker's doing his best to zone. He lands a charm into the knockup from Zeus, but Clid... Oh, Zeus! Clid still manages to get into the pit, but the flash over the wall Scion ult onto Clid to try and stop him getting in. The charm lands onto Viper, but the slow's not enough because he's not isolated, as we've talked about. But that's a Baron over to T1. The Baron basically going to guarantee soul point because the pressure from Baron's going to leverage them a tempo and vision advantage going into the Dragon that Palmer Life won't be able to compete with. T1 back in the lead again. Just keeping their foot on the gas pedal.
클리드 마크를 계속한 것도 아주 좋았어요.
1차 뭐 2차.
아니 바론 각이 너무 날 서 있는데요.
그래도 미드.
Hanwha managed to trade a tower for the Baron, but I don't think T1 will really care about mid T1. The first tower, not team T1. I don't think T1 matters. I don't know what Tyler 1 would think about that, but maybe T1 thinks T1's T1 doesn't matter. We'd have to see.
시야도 없었고 그러니까요.
바이퍼가 돌아 나와서 한번 하려고 했습니다만 페이커 선수의 매혹이 또 걸리면서 시간도 좀 끌렸고 뭐 결과적으로는 바론 먹고
So yeah, you see the vision in bot side jungle now? T1 have pushed all the way into this bot side jungle, cleared all the vision, dropped vision of their own. They're pushing in mid wave and bot wave. They're ignoring top wave here. It's not important. What's important is that they get bot and mid prio. And with a wave in mid, a wave in bot, and vision in the bot side jungle, there is nowhere that Hanwha Life can approach this dragon from. And it's just going to be a free soul point to T1. They can even grab this T2 on their way. It's just like, oh yeah, as I'm passing, I'll take this T2 as well. So great setup from T1. Almost impossible for Hanwha. They actually do have a neutral wave state in mid, so they have somewhere they can approach from. But T1 know that the only place Hanwha can approach from is mid lane. So as long as they cover that way, they know they're not getting flanked here, that's for sure. And the dragon's already gone, and now T1 can turn. They don't want to turn though, they're happy to just take the objective. This is interesting for T1. A lot of the time T1 will pull the trigger and turn, but they're happy to just wait it out, keep playing the macro game. A very good game from T1 overall. A couple of individual mistakes from Faker, but outside of that, T1 are playing very, very well. Oh, Zeus just looking for an ult onto Viper. I think it's optimistic, but you know, you gotta respect the attempt.
그 모인 그 부분에 상대편의 뭐 시간을 끌지도 못했고 드래곤을 뭐 제지하지도 못했습니다.
T1은 돈 차이를 그래서 꽤나 의미 있게 벌려놨고 드래곤도 3스택. 굉장히 유리하다고 보시면 되고 하나생명은 더 많이 안
Now the last remaining T2 from Unwell Life is going to get put under pressure with the remaining 15 seconds of this Baron buff. Although Zeus taking some damage, he is quite tanky, but I think he's just dead. Walked in a little too aggressively there. And a kill over to Viper as well, exactly where you want the gold. Might be going Blade of the Ruin King third to try and melt through this Scion. Could also just be going for the Bloodthirster. Or the Shield Bow. Oh wow, and Faker's also caught. And Harmwell Life actually putting up some resistance now. And the gold lead's still sat around 6k, it's been there for a while I think. I think what's important is whether Viego can finish his second item and Zeri can finish her third in the 3 minutes it's going to take for this Drake Soul to spawn. Because if 3-item Zeri turns up to the fight, I think Hanwha can actually mount a reasonable defense, but other than that, it's going to be difficult. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Viper start rotating around the map and take every wave, trying to get as much gold as he can before this essentially game-ending soul fight.
원래 T1의 운영인데 여기서 약간 제우스 선수가 무리했죠.
조금 대놓고 온 느낌은 있었어요.
그래서 처음에는 뭐 때려도 흠집이 안 난다 했는데 계속 맞아서 그리고 여기도
박치기 각이 좀 멀리서 쫙 들어가고
선수입니다.
Oh, we got another little scrap. I don't think anything's going to happen here. Gumayushi just gale forces into the wall to get a bit more damage onto Zeka. Yeah, nothing's really going to come of this. There's no wave, they can't siege the T2.
생명의 온기로 상대편의 묶는 그 공격을 한번 흘려냈었던 그 장면과 함께 일단은 둘 다 사상자 없이 끝났는데 결국 탑 2차 포탑을 지키고 있습니다. 하나생명은요.
이제는 바론과 다음 이제 굉장히 중요한 드래곤 영혼 타이밍 때 뭔가 승부가 좀 더 명확해지지 않을까 싶긴 한데.
그렇죠. 그리고 지금 바로 T1이 바로는 먹은 것 치고는 다이나믹하게 골드 차이가 많이 벌어지고 있는 상황이 아니어가지고
그렇죠.
이 정도면 사실 제리움이 오른 정도로 어느 정도 커버가 가능하다 이렇게 보시면 될 것 같아요.
그러니까 말씀하신 대로 잘 막았죠. 그래서 뭐 골드가 올라가던 곡선이 평행선으로 이제 바뀌었습니다. 상승 곡선에서.
그리고 제리의 약속의 3코어가 나왔거든요.
그러니까 저게 일단 유지력도 엄청나고 유미아도
Okay, Zeri does get the third item.
쉽진 않을 거예요, T1이.
So, we'll see if Viper can carry this fight on the soul, because I don't think there's any way that Hanwha are going to actually give that over.
같이 아펠이랑 막 때려가지고
이게 지금이 저는 하나생명이 완전 기회라고 생각하는 게 아이템 차이가 1코 차이 나는 게 아니라 점으로 차이 나는 거거든요.
거의 안 난다는 얘기예요. 그러니까 아까랑 느낌이 좀 다릅니다.
코어 차이가 나게 되면 진짜 말 그대로 무력이 달라지는데 거기에 오른 아이템까지 있다 보니까
그러니까요.
커버가 충분히 되거든요. 지금.
오른에 걸쳐 여러 측면에서 지금 하나 둘씩 제카의 아이템까지 끌어올려줬는데
그렇기 때문에 T1도 아니까 굳이 지금 만날 필요 없어. 그러니까 위에다가 순간이동 써주면서 위쪽에 구멍 내주고요.
일단 용 전에 바론에서의 대치가 중요하고 뭔가
네.
왔다 갔다 벤시 빼고
이제 그라가스 위에 보이니까 이제 우리 타임.
그래서 미드 쪽 일단 미니언들이 올라오는 걸 한번 건드려 줬고요. 그리고 계속해서 타이밍을 한번 노리고 있습니다. 오는 옆구리에서
30 seconds until Drake. I think we're going to see a repeat of the setup we saw before from T1. They're going to look for vision in this top side, not top side, in this bot side red jungle, if they can, to deny any way into the Dragon Pit from Hanwha Life. Meanwhile, they're going to want to push in bot and mid waves just like before. Oh, charm onto Clid. He's dead. Now they can either use this to guarantee the soul, or they can look for a 4v5 fight. Based on Zeus being low, I think they're going to look to guarantee the soul instead of fight. Get a charm onto Ornn, but it's immuned by the W. I think they have the ability to chase, though. Yeah, Zeri can't win this. Azik's trying to kill her, but she's never isolated. And there goes life. And that's the game. He won. Just end out of nowhere. The T1 Classic.
네, 구미의 페이커. 이게 메이킹이거든요.
Yeah, 15 seconds until Clid. They have a wave. 30 seconds until everyone else. There's no way that Clid can defend this. So, that's the game, and that's the series over to T1.
매우 한 방이 그 이후부터 경기 흐름을 이렇게 만들었습니다. 수비 병력이 하나둘씩 나오는데 10여 초가 더 있어요. 근데 그거는 양 쌍둥이포탄 날아가기 충분한 시간이고요. 결국 이렇게 또 한 번 클리드가 누웠고 쌍둥이 포탄이 날아갑니다. 넥서스가 결국 이렇게 파괴가
Alright, GG.
재원입니다.
Right, that's enough streaming for me for today. That was a 4-hour stream, I think. Yeah, just about 4 hours. So let's turn that off. Adios.